Hello, my very best pals. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome to twitch.tv/1030. Did I start my stream correctly? Is everything all working good? I think this is on and working good. These aren't on yet. Can you hear me and all of that? Because that seemed like too clean a start to a stream. If you catch my drift. Hold on, I've got dog hair everywhere. How's it going, folks? Welcome in. You're watching twitch.tv/1030. I am 1030. The music you're hearing is my mate Paul, also known as Quiet and Peaceful Man. And if you want to hear more about his music, you can do so at the link in chat. What is even happening? Thank you very much, everybody, for giving me your time. I've had quite a good day, can I just say? I've had quite a good day. I say a good day in that nothing really bad has happened, and so for me, that's a good day. So we got up early, right, and we went and took Fred for his chemotherapy treatment, and it all went brilliant. He was a good boy. He got out the car, no bother. He was into speaking to the vet and all of that, and he went in no bother at all. That's the pet insurance just received the claim, so that's cool. And he was just a lovely boy, and he did everything that he needed to do, and he saw some other dogs and he wagged some tails and all that sort of stuff. So he's a wee bit sleepy, he's on drugs just now, and he's came back and he's just sort of vegging out, he's chilling out. So that's what he's up to, and it's all working good. Hold on. Goodness me, that wasn't a very large bubble blast because I forgot to prime the tubes, but thank you very much for that, Hugh TV. That's a big bird, isn't it? No, Pedropolis, how you doing? I was looking at the previous, it must have been Hugh TV was the last person. In Pedropolis, what is even happening, how's it going, and also how are you doing, and also how's it even going? Welcome in. I've got a wee interesting one-day project planned for us today, in which I am going to clone myself. Right? And yous might be into it, man. Yous might be into it. It might not work great, but we'll give it a wee shot, man. And if it doesn't work, we can just chat away. But, right, over the weekend, okay, wait till you see this, man. I can't give you the phone number just now, but I have created an actual phone number, right? Like dialing a phone number. I've created a phone number that is a mobile number that starts with 07. So it's like 07 1030. And I've also created a landline number, which I couldn't get a Glasgow one, so I had to go for an Edinburgh one. So I've got an Edinburgh landline number, which goes 0131 bab 1030. Right? And do you want to know what happens when I phone 01 1030? Well, I would like to show you myself. Aye, here it is. It's cool. Double 1030, double the streams. Aye, my clone will be streaming alongside me. What happens if your clone commits a serious crime and frames you? These things, you know what I mean? This is why I'm investigating this stuff, just to interrogate these ideas, because what happens if all that stuff happens? I'd be mental into it. So what I'm going to do just now, right? You can hear and see me and stuff. I'm going to phone that number. Wait till you hear this. Just make sure I'm not phoning anybody else. Wait till you hear this. Scottish, right? Scottish. This could be useful for a couple of different things. Anyway, check this out. So I'm going to phone a number. This is a real phone number. It's not like, oh, a web thing. It's an actual phone number that ends in 1030, but you can't hear what it is.
Hiya, what's happening?
Hello, me. It's me. How are you doing?
I'm doing alright, thanks for asking. Just here and ready to help. How are you doing today? Is there anything on your mind you'd like to talk about?
Could you tell me a joke or something? I'm feeling quite sad.
Sure thing, a bit of humour can sometimes help. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Did that help at all? Or would
Sorry,
you like to
could you repeat that, please?
I said, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Did that help at all? Or would you like to talk about what's making you feel sad?
Could you do another joke that isn't Scarecrow related?
Alright, fair enough. How about this? Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Is that any better? Or would you rather just get straight to talking about what's making you feel down?
It's all about timing, isn't it? Do you have any jokes about technology, like the Adobe Creative Suite?
I hear you. Timing is everything. Right, let's see. How about this? Why was the Illustrator file feeling down? Because it had too many layers of problems. I'm not sure I know too many jokes about the Adobe Creative Suite specifically. Is there something about it that you find particularly frustrating or funny? Maybe we can work with that.
So Adobe is just basically hell for everybody, right? It's awful applications that haven't been updated, and it's a pure predatory, monopolistic practice. So maybe we could use those ideas as a vehicle, or well, use a joke as a vehicle to highlight some of those ideas.
All right, I hear you loud and clear. You've got some strong feelings about Adobe, and it sounds like you're looking for a way to express that frustration through humour. Okay, how about this one then? Adobe Creative Suite, where you pay a monthly subscription to have yesterday's problems tomorrow. Is that hitting the mark a bit more?
Aye, man, I like how you've given it a pure corporate branding tagline. That was funny. Ha ha ha!
I'm glad I could land a laugh with you. Sometimes just pointing out the ridiculousness of these things can help lighten the load. Jokes aside, is there anything specific about Adobe that's getting you down? Or is it more of a general frustration with the tech landscape?
General frustration tech landscape. Listen, I'm a wee bit busy and I've been on the phone to you for 2 minutes 50, so I'm going to love you and leave you and say goodbye.
All right, no worries at all. I understand you're busy. If you ever need to vent about the tech world or anything else, feel free to give me a shout. Remember, if you start to feel overwhelmed, there are ways to manage it. Take care and all the best. Goodbye.
Goodbye. So that was me. I just phoned me with an actual phone number. So, know how on my stream, sometimes I'll speak to Stone Cold Steve Austin, sometimes I will speak to David Lynch. I'm not going to speak to David Lynch anymore. Sometimes I'll speak to HAL 9000. Using similar tools, however, that instance is me actually phoning an actual phone number. So it's not done through like a web interface, it's not done through a special app or anything like that. So that's got cool potential. Also, I've been looking into how it can interact with different tools in the real world. So I don't have it set up just now, but there's things like Party Light, you know what I mean? Can you see Party Light? Barely because of the background. Oh, you can see it on my face, can't you? There we go. Here's Party Light. In theory, I would be able to ask me to turn on Party Light or to activate a bubble blast or to turn this stuff off or whatever. As a wee test, right, I connected it to the BBC News website, right? So if I go to BBC News Scotland, and we just look at let's see one of the stories on BBC News Scotland. There's a story about the A83. There's a story about a horse getting spooked by dogs. Oh man, that's not. Let's not talk about that. Let's ask it about the 100 fake Labubu dolls seized from Elgin shops, right? So this is a tool call, it's called. So wait till I show you. Let me phone him up.
Hiya, what's happening?
Hi mate, how you doing? Could you check on the BBC News website and see if there's a story about counterfeit dolls, you know, the wee toys things? I think some of the counterfeit ones got seized or something. There was a police raid.
All right, I can do that for you. I'll have a look at the BBC News feed and see if there's anything about counterfeit dolls in a police raid. Just give us a minute, aye?
Aye, cool man.
Okay, I've checked the BBC Scotland news feed, but I'm not seeing anything about counterfeit dolls or a police raid. Do you want me to check the sports feed instead? Just in case
No,
there's any-
so it's like the headline something like more than 100 fake Labubu dolls seized from Elgin shops. Do you see it?
Right, I'll check again, but could you spell out that doll name for me? Just want to make sure I get it.
It's Lima Alpha Bravo Uniform Bravo Uniform.
Okay, cheers for that. I've checked the BBC Scotland news feed again using the correct spelling for Labubu dolls, but I'm still not seeing.
All right, well, never mind that then. What about, is there a story about a gonorrhea vaccine?
I can check the BBC Scotland news feed for a story about a gonorrhea vaccine. Just give me a minute to have a wee look. Still there?
Aye,
I'm
it's still
check
here.
the news feed for you.
Aye, check the feed for gonorrhea vaccine.
Okay, I've checked the BBC Scotland news feed for a story about a gonorrhea vaccine, but I'm not seeing it.
Right, well, fuck off then. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's not feeling very well, right? But that's the first time that hasn't worked, which is probably my fault because I've not set it up very well. However, that was pure working brilliant. He's on his lunch break, right? So that is me that I can phone using a real phone number. And for the most part, he says all the words that I need him to say correctly. He sounds like he's got a wee bit of an Edinburgh accent, right? And so I can use him on my stream, much in the same way as I use Stone Cold Steve Austin or whoever else. So that's kind of cool. That's my good news. And what I was thinking about doing today is, much in the same way as I talk to Games Master or Steve Austin, where you can visibly see their heads talking, wouldn't it be good to like have a robot me here? And I can be like, all right, 10:30, how you doing? And it's just like, blah, 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 blah. I think that would be cool. So if I was doing that, there's a couple of different ways that it could be done. And what we're going to do today is a preliminary investigation into a way that I haven't done that before. So when I'm talking to Stone Cold Steve Austin, I've just got sort of 2 frames of his mouth opening like that. He's like, you know something, right? But today I'm going to try something a wee bit different in Adobe Character Animator. Also, I'm going to try and make a version of myself in Illustrator, but I'm not a very good illustrator, so I might cheat, right? And we're going to test out a new feature in Illustrator where apparently you can like rotate an illustration that you've made, and that might be kind of cool. In order to achieve that illustration, I think what I'm going to do is use Google's new Nano Banana image generation tools to create a head of me, maybe, and we're just going to see how far we can get. But I really like the idea of being able to speak to a version of myself because I love myself. I'm kidding on. Let's see if I can find So every time I phone up, it's costing me money because I've had to buy a phone number. I've bought 2 phone numbers. One of them's a mobile number that ends in 1030. Another one is an Edinburgh dialing code. 0131 bab 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 1030. And I think that's really, really cool. So eventually there might be opportunities to use this on the stream. Like I could have a contest or a giveaway or something like that, and you lot could like phone in and speak to the digital version of me or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just sort of sniffing about a new type of technology, and I can sense that there might be something interesting there, but at this stage I don't really know what it is. I'm going to do so. Previously, just there when I was talking to me, that was via telephony. That was via a real phone number. Right now, I'm going to just show you not via a real phone number, just like online, but that will have a consequence of you being able to hear him a wee bit better, just in case you couldn't hear him properly before. And I just want to visually see my audio output just to make sure that you can hear him. So if I do this, it should show up here. Hiya, what's happening? Hi mate, how you doing? It's me. Jimmy, I'm doing alright, just the usual. What's on your mind today? I'm just getting a wee bit freaked out. Have you ever like met your doppelganger? A doppelganger, eh? Right enough, that could be a bit unsettling. Tell me more, Jimmy. Has this happened to you then? What makes you say you're freaked out exactly? Well, it's happened quite recently, actually. And at first I thought it would be cool because, you know, I got on, with people who are like-minded, and who could be more like-minded than me, But then, I don't know, it's like, what's that quote again? The most terrifying thing is the inside of your own head or something? I don't know, man. Right, I get you. So initially, you thought it might be good to have someone around who's similar to you, but now you're feeling a bit unnerved by the whole thing and are reminded of potentially bad things, aye? Is it just a general sense of unease, or is there something specific making you feel this way, Jimmy? General unease, mate. So maybe like the fear of being replaced or something like that. I don't know. Maybe the self-loathing hatred for myself. Okay, so these feelings of unease are stemming from a fear of being replaced and maybe even some self-loathing. These are some big feelings, Jimmy. Have you felt like this before, or is this new since meeting your lookalike? Actually, I just did a big burp, but it turned out it was wind all along, and I feel much better now. Thanks very much for your help. Ah, well, sometimes it's the simple things, eh? If you're feeling better now, that's brilliant. But just so you know, if those feelings come back or if anything else is bothering you, don't hesitate to get in touch, okay? Listen, aye, okay. You've got good ears. Could you identify this sound? I wish I could, Jimmy, but I'm just a text-based thing, so I can't actually hear anything. What sort of sound is it? It was a sound of like a pump. A pump, eh? Like a bicycle pump, or more like a water pump? Or like something a bum else? Pump. Like a bum pump. See you later, mate, right? I'll see you later. Bye. Love you, bye. Alright, Jimmy, you take care. And remember, if you need anything, just give me a shout. All the best. All the very best. Keep it real, take it easy. Houston's boosting. That was me. That was me. That was me. I just phoned myself. So what I would quite like to do, right, see if the voice sounded a wee bit better. And I think I can make it sound better. What I want to do is, the next time I'm like sitting with a mate or something like that, I want me to phone them, like as I'm sitting in the room. And the other me would be like, listen, don't say anything, but am I in the room? And I'll be like, aye. I'll be like, what year is it? I'll be like, oh, what year is it? It's 2025. Oh, fuck. Here, never mind. And they'll just hang up. Just to freak somebody out, I think could be cool. Or, am I in the room with you just now? Aye. Do not trust anything I say. Don't make any sudden movements, but stand up and get out of there as fast as you can. That isn't me. Like something like that, I think could be kind of fun. Anyway, I've got ideas. I want to know how it could be applied to the stream as well, which would be kind of cool. But for the time being, what I'd like to do is just say hello to you, and what I'm going to do is hopefully create a visual component to chat along with that wee guy, so that I can talk to him and you can visually see him go like in a wee cartoon format, so I can ask myself questions. I think that would be fun. I think that's a wee fun thing, and we're going to have a look at it today. However, before we do all that, I just want to talk to you. Does anybody get any good news? What have you been doing over the weekend? What is happening in your life that's nice and good? Do you know what's good? We nearly thought that Trump had died, didn't we? But he might actually be dead. No, but there was footage of him shown. But that footage is maybe for 2023, so he might still be dead. What I will say is with this Donald Trump stuff, and it might happen when we're live because it's Monday now, right? So as soon as America wakes up, there might be a press release saying that he has actually died, because there's been weird stuff happening. All the people around about him haven't really tweeted or whatever for a bit. He is the first weekend ever where he didn't have any plans. The Pentagon Pizza Index went up. What's the Pentagon Pizza Index? The Pentagon Pizza Index is a metric where you can detect if stuff's going on or not. Machine Dream, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for your Prime sub. Any other Prime subs going, I'll have them. Thank you very much. But there's a way of figuring out if there's like a geopolitical thing bubbling, right? And it's called the Pentagon Pizza Index, right? So it's if there is a spike in the amount of pizzas that have been ordered in or around the Pentagon area, chances are a lot of people have been working late, and chances are that means that something has kicked off somewhere in the world. The first time it happened, I think, was when somebody invaded somebody or something like that, and it was noted. And then after that point, anytime there's a big spike in pizzas around the Pentagon, it means that something has kicked off. The fact that Trump hasn't tweeted, although he did tweet, but it was just weird AI shit, right? So there's something afoot, man. There's something. I regret to inform you, everybody, the Yanks are at it again, right? There's something bubbling. I don't know if we will ever find out what the truth is. There's a guy on Reddit, right, who reckons that he's been poisoned by Putin. I don't have any investment in this, but it would be remarkable. So Trump met Putin in Alaska like a week ago or so, and there's footage of Putin shaking his hand, and he holds that handshake for 15 seconds. It looks really laboured. So some nutter on Reddit was saying, okay, well, obviously what's happening is that there's like a neurotoxin gel that Putin has had on his hand, and when he's shaking Trump's hand, that has transmitted it, thus creating small tiny blood clots that has triggered a cardiovascular incident within Trump's right. So that's all like just speculation, whatever. And I think there is footage of it. I think the reason Putin shook his hand for so long was just because there's cameras there, and you see that all the time with like football signings, politicians posing or whatever. It's like, hiya, how you doing? Like that. I think that's all it is. But no bloody wonder that there's conspiracy theories a-flying, because something is up. They're buying pizzas, nobody's seen him. Reports of him being seen were actually found out to be footage for 2023. Something's up, man. Sniffing round about it, something is up. So I don't know if he's actually dead. But if he has died, this stream will turn, as soon as we've got confirmation, as soon as we have confirmation, this stream is going to turn into a similar sort of vibe as what happened when the Queen died. Do you remember the stream that I did when the Queen died? Neither do I. It's going to be exactly like that. I've got acid, right? It's going to be mental. So as soon as we've got confirmation, we'll stick a party light on and a wee bit of run rig. and we'll see where it goes. But until that point, we can just feel nice in our hearts that something bad's happening to that guy. Hello, Carivore. Hello, Regnomo. Hello, yes, it's Bland. How you doing? Welcome in. Hello, Necknell93 Luke. Pursue, how you doing? Yoda on Coke. Chameleon, Lucy Kelly. Patchimus, how you doing? Patchimus is in with a wee bit of good news. And listen, this is how we start the stream, folks. Any good news? Stick it in the chat. Patchimus says, good news. I spent the weekend building a shed, and I feel like I've accomplished loads. That is amazing, Patchimus. It wasn't a tiny, tiny wee shed that you got for AliExpress for 20 quid, was it? You in, Bowdy? How you doing, Bowdy? Also, you in Weeshed? How you doing, Weeshed? Hello, Carivore. Your work jacket is on. It's about to be a big one. Exactly, base embrace. We'll see how it goes. Patchimus, how you doing? My dwarf army returns. What's even happening? Pedropolis again. Lucy Kelly. Pedropolis, I put that node back on. I was at my parents yesterday. So that other mesh node, which I don't think it's been on for a couple of weeks, went back, switched it on. Although Mama's probably switched it back off since. We'll see how it goes. She really wants it switched off. She doesn't know what it is. Only thing I've told her is like, could you leave it switched on, please? I don't think she trusts me. Well, talking about Fred, the Mayor Returns says, will he ever have to wear a wee bandana? Fred doesn't have to wear a wee bandana, but I think he will wear a wee bandana just purely for fashion accessories. That's right. Earlier today, Rachel and I and Fred went to get his chemotherapy treatment. So he's vegged out next door with Rachel and they're having cuddles and all that sort of stuff. Hello, beneath the headphones. Don't ever be late ever again. Thank you very much. So I'm making a clone of myself today, folks. Should have one for the Games Master, make some cash on a premium number for Game Hints. Chameleon, I was thinking about setting up a premium number thing. Now how like the Corey call-in thing from The Simpsons. Here are some words that rhyme with Corey. Story. Gory. Allegory. That full quote wasn't right, I forgot the second word. I wanted to do one of them with 1030. However, I'm using, for the phone, I'm using something called Twilio. And with Twilio, you're not allowed to make it a premium rate number. So if I was to do it, it would have to be a local number, but you would have to pre-buy credit using some sort of payment system. Oh, is that, fuck that. It's not, it just stopped being fun. It quickly stopped being fun. I'm like, I wouldn't actually use this. But I like the idea of having some sort of caller phone-in thing, purely because I've got the phone number 0131 1030. Also, as it turns out, I can get lots of other phone numbers. So every day I'm going in, I'm looking at a big list of phone numbers. Imagine I can get 0141 420 69. I can get lots that are 420 69 or 69 420. The sex number. So I'm right into like the idea of putting autonomous AI agents behind real world phone numbers, because I now know how to do it, but I don't really have any use for it. But surely if I think hard, there could be some benefit of doing it here on Twitch. I mean, obviously, if I want your input on anything, the perfect way of doing it is just in the Twitch chat, right? Rather than doing this really complicated, expensive thing that might stop working. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. Sorry you couldn't hear the phone. You heard them when I turned the music off though, didn't you? Sounds like 1030 with a T-View interview enunciation of words so that English can understand. Aye. Like 1030 as if I'm on the phone to the bank. Hello there, I would like to report a problem with that sort of pattern. With the voice, I can go in and change the pronunciation of different things. So if I cared about it, I could go in and make sure that he doesn't quite have that Edinburgh affected accent. It would take a wee bit of work. I can't be bothered putting the effort in, but it's doable. And if I end up using this as part of a project or something like that, you know. So I don't have a utility for it. I don't have a use for it. right now, other than I'm just like picking away at a wee idea. But potentially this could be cool for things like a phone in on Twitch, or like imagine an escape room, right? Where you had like 10 different characters and you could phone them up and they all know different information, but you've to ask that person about that bit of information. They'll give it to you and you phone somebody else. I don't know. I don't know. But I like the fact that it's a real phone number. So I'm going to try and get 014142069 1030, something like that. Pedropolis says, how much did that wee convo cost you then? I don't know yet. The phone number costs me 80 pence per month. 11 Labs to do all my voices. By the way, I use 11 Labs for this, and there's a promo code in the chat. If you want to make your own voices and stuff, it's kind of easy, man. Feel free to use this link. I'm an affiliate of 11 Labs. I'm not selling it to you. I was already using it, and then I found out it's got an affiliate link. So it's not a sponsorship or anything like that. If you happen to want to make your own wee voices, use my link and add. It turns out it's like actual cash I get. So that's cool if anybody wants to do that. But so I think I'm paying about, I don't know how much I'm paying for 11 Labs, £15 a month, £20 a month. But I've been doing that for a bit to have Stone Cold Steve Austin and Hal and the Games Master working. And so there's just another voice that I've added. Remember the Scroobius Pip voice, all of that sort of stuff? So this is just another voice, except I have attached it to another thing called Twilio, which allows phone connectivity. And it's a pay-as-you-go plus 80 pence per month per phone number. So it's reasonably priced. However, there's no point in me, like, if I don't have a use for it, I don't want to keep paying all that sort of money. Yes, I think I've just got a delivery. I've got a class delivery, by the way, which is unrelated to all of this. So in a wee minute, I'm going to open up a thing that I just got delivered, and I think you'll like it. Jungle Pop says, give that number to telemarketers. That could be cool. Imagine I get a spam call and I could just forward it to that number, and he just rings round the houses of like, could you repeat that again? Aye, I've got a computer here. It's an Amiga 1200. Blah, 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 blah. Base and Brace says, why does fake 1030 come across much nicer than the real 1030? Well, I let Rachel play with it, and Rachel's like, it sounds like it's got the same sort of pissed off, snippy, snarky, duh. Like, and I was like, oh, aye, fair enough. And I think it's because I trained it on a stream that I did where I was like just moaning about something. Can't remember what I was moaning about. It's unlike me to moan about things. But it's taken that tone of that stream, 3 hours worth of audio, put into 11 Labs professional voice clone, which I had to verify with my voice. And you get one professional voice clone if you sign up to 11 Labs. The link's in chat there. But you've got infinite non-professional voice clones. The non-professional ones are the ones that I'm using for Steve Austin, for Hal, for Games Master, all of that sort of stuff. But because I've got a Scottish accent, I don't know if you've noticed, you need a professional voice clone, which takes longer and it's harder. But I'm quite surprised that it's managed to get me as good as it did. It's interesting, isn't it? Something different. But welcome in, folks. How's it even going? So today I'm going to try and bring the clone of me alive, and it's really exciting. Rachel, see if you're watching. Did I get a package just there? Are you busy? Because I wouldn't mind opening that on stream. Could be kind of good. Pedropolis says, mind I still have the control box by a handset behind a wee door if you fancy building it into your said as in setup. I'm maybe into it. That would be cool. Imagine I'm just like, hello me, it's me. Hiya! Watch the address. Just make it face that way. Always be para, because there's nutters. That's not all of you, not most of you, but some of you are nutters. And see if you see my address, you will use that as an excuse to express your nutterness. Hiya, how you doing? I'm going to tell them about your road justice in a wee bit. I just got to the bottom of it. Thank you very, very much. I think you're cool. So, completely different topic, right? But only because it's arrived today. I've got this, right, which I think's cool. And do you remember well, you might not have seen it, but on B Dolan's channel recently, I don't know if Dolan's in, I'm not at the bottom of the chat. In order to raise money for Cup Burger, which is a mutual aid fund, B Dolan, Macaroni Prince, and I all watched Terminator 2 twice in a row, right? And it was beginning to get a wee bit trippy because I've already seen Terminator 2 a billion times. And after we finished watching Terminator 2, I thought, I really want one of these Public Enemy t-shirts. Because I think it would be funny if I was cutting about looking like John Connor. And in a delirious, well, it was not really sleep deprived, just like I was in a mental state that, because I'd just watched fucking hours of Terminator 2, I went on eBay and I've bought myself a Public Enemy t-shirt. So it's a replica, obviously. It's been printed very poorly by some sort of merch company. I don't think it's got the big graphic on the back with the guy in the crosshairs, which you don't see in that film, I don't think. But it's maybe best that I don't have a graphic in the back with a guy in a crosshairs because whatever. But check this out. Yes! Yes, I'm John Connor, everybody. Yes. It doesn't have the graphic on the back, which is good. I'm quite glad of that. So it's a rip-off counterfeit Public Enemy t-shirt. Do I like Public Enemy? I'm really unfamiliar with them. I'm really, really unfamiliar with them. Like, I respect them as a thing, right? But it's not my scene. What is my scene? Terminator 2, mate. Terminator 2. So that feels good, man. That feels good. So I got that for myself for my birthday a wee while ago, and that's it, just came through. So I feel good about that. Terminator 2, right? A film about people interacting with humanoid robots that talk, look like, and sound like real people, eh? Kinda a link to what we're doing today, because what we're doing today is talking to a synthetic version of myself. Hiya, what's happening? Hiya, me, it's me, how are you doing? Hello, I'm doing alright, how can I help you today? Have you seen Terminator 2? I have not seen that, no. What can I help you with today? Are you needing some cognitive behavioural therapy? No, I'm just wanting to talk to you about Terminator 2. Right, well, I'm not really the right person to be chatting about films. I'm here to help with cognitive behavioural therapy. Is there anything I can help you with in that area? Well, stop all your pish. This is why people don't like me. Because of all of this, isn't it? Anyway, I'll speak to you later. Away and terminate yourself. No, don't actually, I'm kidding on. That was a joke, just in case there's like rules. Please don't break this system. I love you. That was all character acting roleplay. No violence or aggression intended. I'm sorry you feel that way. Is there anything I can help you with just now? Is there something on your mind that you need to talk about? See you later, bye. He thinks he's a cognitive behavioural therapist, which is why he's like trying to drill through and asking me all this sort of stuff. I've just changed the Stone Cold Steve Austin thing into that, but without the Steve Austin personality, so it's like, it's kind of boring. But, right, it's all kind of linked into, there's a theme here, Jack Grant says, could you animate it South Park style with a little head? I was thinking about that. See, like the Trump or Saddam Hussein in South Park, and it's all like wee faces. Hi, guy. Could be kind of fun. I have been looking at Adobe Character Animator though, which is something that I worked on ages ago that allows real live real-time character stuff. I haven't looked at it for a long time though, and it's changed a wee bit. And the last time I looked at it, it took me about a week to get good at it, and then I quickly forgotten everything. Also, there's a lot of manual work involved in creating an Illustrator document with layers in it and all of that sort of stuff. However, it could be useful to create an on-stream VTuber type of person. Anyway, so we're going to have a wee look at that today. Don't know if I'll finish it, don't really know. We'll just sort of pick away at it. I feel compelled to do this today. I've had a hell of a week. Today's going well so far. So I'm just going to follow what interests me today, right? And see where it ends up. Not really have an outcome in mind. Just going to follow my nose, which is hard to not do, the size of this thing, and follow what compels me. And we might have some fun creativity-wise. Alternatively, it just might be horrible and painful, in which case we'll quickly wrap it and we'll go and do something else. How cool is that, though? I can speak to me, man. Base embraces. Here, Rachel, how do you deal with my pish? I'm finding it very difficult. Totally. You're a bum pump beneath the headphones. Hello, Miss Lucifer. How you doing? Hello, Blaketown. QTV. So this is 11 Labs, right? And if anybody wants to use 11 Labs, please use my promo code, which I think is in chat, right? Because I get cash for it. It doesn't cost you any extra money. But it's not a regular 11 Labs voice. It's called an 11 Labs professional voice clone. And you only get one of them per account. And it's something that I've not set up before. But I set it up a couple of nights ago. And it sounds substantially better than when I was trying to do it via the regular means, the same way that I did Stone Cold or HAL or Games Master. 11 Labs is quite good. American voices and posh English voices. Terrible at Scottish voices, which is why I'm so impressed at that one, because although some of the words that I say sound a wee bit Edinburgh, for the most part it's good. A Scottish accent is really hard for these sort of speech-to-text stuff and speech synthesis tools, and I'm quite happy with how that one has went. How do I feel about training a computer to synthesize my own voice? I don't feel good about it. Could that be used to potentially hack my bank account and defraud my parents and stuff like that? Aye. But here we are, eh? In for a penny, in for a pound. Wolfie's fine, dear. Wolfie's just fine. Again, Terminator 2. Halloween stream could be an actual headfuck. I know, I just need some ideas, Chameleon. How cool would that be? Waika says get him to cover by talking at length on a given subject when you go on BRB. Well, something that could happen would be we use the Twitch chat as an input so that he could read the Twitch chat and like answer back in real time and stuff like that. I think that could be kind of cool. Rudder says Labor Day in the US, they are all off. Oh, fuck, man. So even if he is dead just now, we won't hear until tomorrow. Fuck, man. Listen, see, no matter when it's confirmed, night or day, as soon as it's confirmed, I'm going to jump on stream. We're going to have a raucous one, right? I'm going to get banned. I'm going to do Class A drugs. I'm not, actually. Roland Sausage says, I served automobile justice today. Aye, we got into like quite a fun car altercation. Rachel, we were driving, right? There's a red light. Rachel wanted to go in that lane before we got to the red light. Everything's going slow. There's a red light ahead at the traffic lights. Rachel's just indicating there was room and stuff like that. She's mirror signalled. Enough room was there. And she was just going into this lane, right? And the person who was already in the lane, pure like a dick, sped up like, you're not getting in here. But for no reason at all, because they were just stopping at a red light anyway. There was traffic. So the person pure like sped up to like not let us in. And it was intentional, right? And we're like, whoa, fucking right then. So we just like merged later on. However, something amazing happened. See, about a minute later, when we were further up, there was a gap in front of our car. And see that very car that didn't let us in was indicating to get into the gap. And there was enough room to let them in. But you know what Rachel did? No, you don't! And fucking closed the gap, didn't let her in. She was raging. And me and Rachel like, ha ha! Naughty, naughty! And what was even better than that was eventually a wee bit ahead, there was another set of traffic lights. And I'm thinking, brilliant, I get an opportunity to have a right good look at this person. I'm autistic, I don't give a fuck, right? So she's sitting at the traffic lights on that lane, didn't get any others because we didn't let her. And we pull up in the lane that she wants to be in. And I'm just like that. Just pure staring into the car. But she was like that, she was driving just like that. Didn't look at me, didn't see, well, she probably did sense me. But it was exhilarating, man. It was exhilarating to be done wrong. She really did a selfish thing that wasn't needed at all. And to completely, like, pettily, pettily, is that a word? To be very petty and to just do the same thing here, right? People say 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 2 wrongs make a funny experience that feels good. Restorative justice happened today on the road in Annie's Land. And I just want to tell you about it because it was really good. It was really good. Anyway, Pursue says Trump conveniently dies to deflect allegations around Epstein. That could be interesting. Or he knows that he's fucked when it comes to Epstein allegations and thus faked his death. Maybe. Cosmotoro says, I'm in America and I just woke up about 6:24 in my time zone. Cool, Cosmotoro. I was thinking it might be announced today or something might be announced today because something's afoot. He might not be dead, might be something else. But it's Labour Day in it, so it might not be announced today. If it was the Queen, they would probably wait till Monday morning for like an official announcement, so the news and all that. Unfortunately, I'm not working in news today. And I was on shift when the Queen died. So I knew about that. Well, I heavily suspected it because we were getting whiffs of it before it was actually announced. So I had sort of kinda knowledge about it. It was obvious something had happened. But for this Trump stuff, I'm totally in the dark. No idea what's going on. I don't think anybody knows what's going on at all. But we'll keep an eye on it because, you know, sad. These things are sad and we'll need to celebrate his life in a way that he would have wanted. Anyway. Machine Dream says Grindr usage also peaks, I've read. Really? Because they're stressed out and they need to get all the tension out. Yoda Coke is in with a bit of good news. Listen, it's not too late for good news. If anybody has good news, please put it in chat. I'm having a wonderful day. Yoda Coke says, good news, the weather got sensible and it didn't rain for a day. So we went with my significant other and some friends to a botanic garden and I ate a shit ton of leaves. Don't snitch me out. Amazing, Yoda Coke. Hopefully not the poisonous ones. Rolling Sausage says, maybe the Pentagon higher-ups couldn't give them a bonus and they're having a pizza party for their hard work. Maybe that's just it. Mike Almond says, a bubbling, and then did the bubbling emote. Mike Almond, see if you have meant to do a sub there. It didn't go through. So maybe refresh and see if it's up. Because it looks as if you've tried to do a sub, but because Twitch has maybe messed it up. But you're already subbing anyway, so maybe I'm just way off because you're already subbing. But just when you said a bubbling, I think you were thinking that when you typed that, I would get a bubble blast, and I never. Big Scary Deer says, I don't see why Putin would poison the most favourable US president he's ever had. Maybe, I mean, I don't think this is true. I've just read it on Reddit. Don't think it's true. But maybe he stopped being useful, or maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, that's obviously not what happened. But it's interesting. Reddit.com/mark my words. I think being 80 years old and living off McDonald's would be a bigger contributor to any cardiovascular stuff. Aye. I'm not giving any credence to that conspiracy theory that I read. It was just some guys like that. I reckon, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's true, personally. When two fellas like that shake hands, it's like gay chicken. The first one to break contact is the lesser man, but also less gay or something. I wouldn't look too much into it. I don't believe it, just for absolute clarity. Also, Trump does a weird thing when he's shaking hands of like pulling the person off balance because he's a dickhead and he thinks that's like some sort of macho thing. There's footage of him doing it on a lot of people. So you shake his hand and he'll pull you off balance and it makes him feel good or so. I don't know why he does that. So if Putin was shaking his hand, you'd brace yourself. Fuck knows. I don't know. I don't like that I know this much about him. Anyway, he's probably dead. He's probably dead. Anyway, hello Cater Cakes, welcome in. Kate says, wasn't he shown golfing? I don't know about that. There's speculation. You know what the internet's like. So I saw the picture of him wearing a white polo shirt out golfing and a video of him talking to a crowd. But the video of him talking to a crowd is definitely for 2023. He's wearing the same clothes in the video as the photo. I don't know if there's confirmation that the photo is old, but the video is definitely old. So there is speculation about was he or was he not shown golfing. But something's amiss anyway, because all the people around about him didn't tweet for ages. Although it's a holiday, isn't it? But even then they would have tweeted Happy Labour Weekend or what, you know. The pizza index went up, and the full internet seems to be convinced that the guy's dead. So we'll see how it goes. Might be dead, might not be dead. But if he does die, it's going to be like Michael Jackson, man. It's going to be a switchboard. See, the day Michael Jackson died, just jokes coming in right, left, and centre, man. We just stopped doing work. Everybody had multiple tabs open, fucking text messages, group chats, copy pasting that to that one. That it became like admin, and it was wonderful. The studio that I was working in, not the BBC. I was working in a separate studio at that point. You couldn't do that in the BBC. You need to do your work and not celebrate things like that. Pursue says, wasn't a Penguin documentary or something the code for Queenie Poo's dying? London Bridge has fallen is the only code that I know for the Queen dying. I don't know about a Penguin documentary. Don't know what that is. Beneath Headphone says, good news, got my third coffee on the go. Going to blast through some housework shortly. That's amazing. That's amazing. Big Scary Deer says, Edinburgh number. Embarrassing. I know, mate. I know. I can't get a Glasgow number just yet. I want to get a Glasgow number. But it turns out to create an AI agent with a phone number that you can phone up only costs about 80 pence per month per phone number plus usage on top of that. Send $1 to Happy Dude. Aye, 100%. It's still switched on. Just got a trace route back from your other node. Dynamite, Pedropolis. Aye, I did a trace route as soon as I got home. Boy, that's cool, man. Lemon says there are triangulators out there to triangulate what? My mesh node or my phone number, or what are you thinking triangulators, Lemon? I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm behind in the chat. Chameleon says, with it being September, it's now the time of year where I consider making a Pepper's Ghost for Halloween and then realise there isn't really a reason for me to make one. Chameleon, you're wrong there. The reason for you to make one is because you're compelled to do it. And that's as good a reason as any. See if you want to make a Pepper's Ghost. And it sounds like this isn't the first time that you've had an idea to do that. Sounds like the last couple of Halloweens you've considered doing it. Also, see, the compulsion to do it is reason enough, whether it's Halloween or it isn't Halloween. If I were you, I would, providing you've got time and resources to do it, and providing you want to do it, I'd give it a bash. Will it maybe turn out a bit shite? Maybe. Will it maybe turn out a bit good? Maybe. But will you have made it and you'll have a sense of achievement regardless? Aye. And then maybe one day in the future you'll want to make it again, and if you make a second one, you can use the first one that you've made as like institutional knowledge as to what works and what doesn't work. How big a material are you going to use a monitor in order to sort of apparently make a 2D plane appear? Are you going to use a real world object, kind of like the Haunted Mansion, so that there's parallax and 3D in your virtual thing? Are you going to frame it around a window or a doorway in your house so that you don't see the outline of the frame? Because how do you hide the frame? All of these considerations. How are you going to control the lighting in the room? How are you going to adjust the viewing angle? All of that sort of stuff. Follow what compels you, man. 100%. That's why I'm pissing it. That's why I'm pissing about with an AI version of my own voice that I can phone up. I've got no reason to do that. Captain Spork, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much for subbing. I don't know what that is. I don't think I want to know what that is. Captain Spork, thank you for subbing. Welcome in for your 28 months. Oh, and hey, guess what? It's September, I believe. So I don't know what that means. Maybe what the fairy sub mother or whatever will come in and gives money. I don't know. But I can really make a Pepper's Ghost if you want to make a Pepper's Ghost. That's brilliant. Rudder says, watch the reflection in that CRT. What was I reflecting? Was I reflecting some bad stuff? Because I should have a thing in the CRT, which means that even though I've got my emails up, or hold on, see if I've got google.com, everything's in dark mode. What is a white website? Like fucking dailymail.com is the whitest website you can find. What's a white website? There you go. Right, so imagine I'm sitting on the Daily Mail website, but I don't want you to see it in my reflection. That's fine, because I have a circular polarizing filter on my camera. Let's adjust the circular polarizing filter so that it doesn't filter out. Yep, see that there? That's the Daily Mail website on my monitor. And if I scroll up and down, you can see all this horrible shite. However, if I just adjust the circular polarizing filter, and all I'm doing is twisting a thing on my camera like that. Oh, Big Scary Deer, thank you very much for a tenner. Thanks very much. What's that for? Thank you very, very much for that. I'm just demoing my circular polarizing filter. So there you go. So this cost me £6, £7, and it's a way of ensuring that you don't see what's on my monitor, just in case I'm looking at mental stuff. So monitor reflections, don't need to worry about it at all. There is a line here, see this bit in the monitor reflection, which is just the bottom of my window, and I want to kind of fill that in because it's a wee bit distracting, but I'll do that in the future. Also, I want to adjust this, whatever that is, so that you don't see as many reflections. Listen, Big Scary Deer, my watch is going mental because you just chucked me a tenner, and I really want to say thank you very much for chucking me a tenner. And because you did it via Ko-fi, I get every single penny of it, so thank you very, very much. I've had a great day, by the way. I've had a brilliant day. Did I see Mike was in? Macaroni Prince says, God, this is exciting. John Connor's wee ginger pal will be buzzing. I think John Connor's wee ginger pal's maybe still logged into my... No, not my Chrome account. Is John Connor's wee ginger pal watching? Twitch.tv/1030. Am I still signed in? You need to be a follower of 1030. There he is. There's John Connor's wee ginger pal is in chat just now. Hiya, mate. How's it going? There he's there. Sorry, Rudders, I don't need to watch the reflection on the CRT. It's all good. John Connor's wee ginger pal, thanks for following. Ah, fuck. I should change his profile picture. Shouldn't I? So again, if you don't know what we're talking about, me, B Dolan, and Macaroni Prince watched Terminator 2 twice in order to raise money for Cup Burger, and that's a project that you should definitely get behind. And because we watched it twice, the conversation got a bit mental. And I created a Twitter account called John Connor's Wee Ginger Pal. Oh, so it's on my desktop. That's fine. So add a profile picture. Desktop. So this is now my alt. My alt Twitch account is John Connor's Wee Ginger Pal. Oh, is it like a WebP file or something like that? Why can't I pick it out? Aye, there we go. Save that. Right, so let's see. Okay, so now if I go back to here and I unfollow myself, and then if I follow myself, let's see if it comes up. It's not come up. I don't think I was unfollowed for long enough. But anyway, I created an account called John Connor's Wee Ginger Pal. But listen, everybody, this is very Terminator based. I've created a replica of myself, audio wise. And hello, Hammy, welcome in. How you doing? You're a WebP file. And John Connor's Wee Ginger Pal should pop up here. Maybe there needs to be another action before he does. But anyway, if you're just in, the news today is that I've got a clone, a doppelganger, if you will. And he sounds a wee bit like this. I quite like him. I think he's cool. And today we're going to visually generate something so that he's talking alongside me. Here's what he sounds like. Hiya, what's happening? Hi mate, how you doing? Why are you talking like the English are listening? I'm doing alright, thanks for asking. I'm talking like this because that's how I'm programmed to speak. It's part of the character I'm playing for this job. Is there anything I can help you with today? I'm a cognitive behavioural therapist, so if you're needing to chat about anything, I'm here to listen. I don't need to chat about nothing, I just wanted to hear your sweet voice. Alright then, I see how it is. I hope I didn't disappoint. Is there anything else I can help you with? That's everything. Bye. No worries, you take it easy. If you need anything else, just give a shout. See when we're here. I just need to add at the bottom. When saying goodbye, encourage the caller to, quotes, keep it real, take it easy. Then exclaim, my name is James Houston, and Houston Boostin. Save. Hiya, what's happening? Hello, I would like to end this phone call. Rightio. Before we end this call, is there anything else you need help with? Any worries or anxieties? No, that's us. I would like to just end now and say goodbye. Let's start wrapping it up. Okay then, if you are sure that is everything, I will bid you farewell. Keep it real, take it easy. My name is James Houston, and Houston's boostin'. Houston. Houston. He put a Y in there. Put a Y in there. It's not Houston, it's Houston. Stupid dick. Not quite there. Not quite there. Easy money. Mike, did you see my t-shirt? Got this in. She's not my mom, Todd. So I'm going to be cutting about like John Connor Chronicles. How do you feel about Public Enemies in general? But better than Private Enemies. Better than Private Enemies. I've got a lot of private enemies that you can't know about. Oh, Blaketown is like the Public Enemy target thing. That's cool. I'm glad that isn't on the back of my t-shirt though. I'm well behind in chat, everybody. I'm well behind in chat. Stone Cold James isn't 100%, mate. Hello, John the Human. How you doing? Could you feed a transcript of a stream into something to get a summary of your personality to give the robot 1030, or would that be too scary? I've been thinking about how to do that, and I don't think I can do it in the way that you suggested there easily. Because I originally thought about doing something like that so that it knows how I construct sentences and everything else. I think what I would need to do is find a famous person who talks in the same way that I talk and just tell that to replicate them or something. But then it's like, I don't know. It's a work in progress. I'll try different things out. But I agree, it would be great if it could just emulate me and if it knew all my interests and stuff. That would be a weird bit of commentary if you were to make yourself a VTuber, but the character model was literally just you. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? It could be kind of cool. Digital narcissism is its finest, aye. What about making your AI avatar the roided up hench version of 1030? I'm into it. I was thinking about just using photos of my head, because like if I've got different mouth shapes for oo and p and b and f and th and t and and everything else, then I can use it as a digital puppet. I don't know. In my head, I've got a rough idea as to where this is going, and it might work and it might not work. So that's what we will start today. Rolling Sausage talking about the road rage thing that happened. Well, it wasn't a road rage, it was road justice. Rolling Sausage says, also, she was weaving in and out and speeding behind a learner, so I was like, nah, no chance. Exactly, the woman should have been road punished, and you did well. Also stared down people misbehaving, and it's so fun, it was good. It felt brilliant. It felt great. Some buzz, man. And then we went and we got a Morrison's breakfast. And every time I've eaten in a place recently, it's been some, like, has been wrong with the food, or it's not went well, or it's cost 50 quid and it's been shite or something like that. We went in for just a Morrison's breakfast. Expectation was low. And let me tell you, it was bloody good, man. It was a bloody good breakfast. Can I just say, Big Scary Deer, thank you very much for that tenner that you just sent, because that tenner has directly paid for that good breakfast that I had earlier on today. So thank you once again for doing that, Big Scary Deer. How class was the Queen dying though? It was good, man. It was really good. It was really good. I was talking about something of bubbling in terms of news. Thanks, Mike Almond. Sorry, I'm behind in chat. I was just making sure you weren't expecting a thing and didn't get it. Spork says, I heard about the Queen being dead the day after because we went to a forest rave. I like to think we were unknowingly celebrating. Seeing her face everywhere on the way home was surreal. Oh, some buzz went it, man. Some buzz. Lemon says, if the Trump tries their pool thing, you should just fall over if somebody shakes your hand and pulls like that. Aye. If somebody shakes my hand and tries the pool thing, I'm just going to fucking, like that, man, right into their nose. Somebody tries that with me. Putin would batter the fuck out of old Donald, I reckon. I think he's done a lot of psychological battering, but I don't know. Trump has a weak heart valve, so the blood pools in his legs and needs blood thinners, which is what causes the bruises on his hand, because he shakes so many people's hands. I thought the bruises from his hand came from a cannula, which is like intravenous, like they're pumping him up with all the drugs that keep him alive. I thought it was just for that, because that's the sign. That's what that is about, I believe, but I'm not medically trained. I heard Trump had a heart attack when he heard Ed Davey didn't want to go to dinner with him. Who knows, man? Zabarbas, how you doing, Zabarbas? I mind being in the Bon Accord on Charing Cross when Michael Jackson died. Getting wrecked was class. Dynamite. God bless Michael Jackson in a lot of ways. The real thing to consider is September is taking advantage of Twitch's September discounts to subscribe to your favourite streamers. That's right, everybody, it's September. What does that mean? I don't know, because the rules aren't very clear. Super D, how you doing, Super D? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How you doing? There's your head. It's not your head, it's your wee Digimon. Is that a Digimon? I think that's a Digimon, isn't it? My finger is on the pulse of things, and I think that's called a Digimon, but I might be wrong. No, it isn't. He's usually, there's a flavour of that that's brown in colour, isn't it? Or maybe he's brown, it's just backlit. I know that character, I'm cool. Super D, welcome in, how you doing? Chameleon says the idea for the Pepper's Ghost is to use an old phone, a bell jar, and a sheet of perspex from an old photo frame, but the mounting of the phone and the base are things to work out. You know about that guy, Ellison. Ellingson, Joshua Ellingson. That guy. So feel free to go online and look at all his stuff. It's all over Instagram, YouTube, all of that. And his name is Joshua Ellingson. And if you're looking at different mounting stuff, that's his YouTube there. Ellingson TV, Ellingson TV. And all he does is these sorts of experiments. Which I'm sure you would have seen. I'm sure you would have seen. Look at his CRT rack. That's pretty cool, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I had something very similar to this set up here, but the reason I didn't keep it was because it was impossible to expose the camera for that, and also expose the camera for the CRTs, and also expose the camera for all these lights. It couldn't be done. So for a wee while I was considering this sort of method for Twitch notifications and stuff, and didn't do it. Hello Hammy, welcome in. I'm a WebP file 100%. Cater Cake says, I already talk really badly to myself. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to actually hear it. Well, maybe if I speak to this version of myself, I will have a better understanding of me. What is it RuPaul says? If you can't love yourself, then how in the hell can you love anybody else? Can I have an amen? You know? And so if we can create a synthetic version of ourselves to love ourselves, then it might make the world a better place. Thank you, everybody, for the amensies. Thank you very much for the amens. Thanks very much. And thank you very much, RuPaul, for your wisdom. Is RuPaul being cancelled? Pedropolis, that's him. Or that's them. Ellingson TV. So that's all exciting, isn't it? James Houston, aka 1030. Aye. Kate, see if you train your voice on this, you could just copy paste all your Clarksworld stuff. Sound exactly like you. Because you're American is what I don't know if you've noticed, but you're American, right? Which means it would be able to perfectly synthesize your voice. Is it absolutely soulless and horrible and against everything you believe in? Aye. But I'm just saying it's possible. Just saying it's possible. Is there a danger that the AI 1030 attempts to call the woman? I don't know. Maybe he's got his own AI woman. I don't know. How about if your clone likes everything you don't, like Windows, thinks the SNES is better than the Mega Drive, votes Tory? That's a good idea, Hammy, because he already speaks in an Edinburgh accent, you know? There's something about, as well, I'm 1030, which is a number, right? And that gives creative opportunity to talk about, like, who's 1029? Who's 1031? Why is there numbers? Are we all clones of each other? Like, there's an opportunity for a fun backstory. Does anybody remember Dandy Does It? Who's a streamer over, if I said that right? Dandy, D-A-N-D-I, who was a streamer over lockdown and had like an alternative reality game that was based on an evil corporation. And every stream she would be a clone of herself, and the previous clone would die and all of that. Like, it was quite an intense... If you just caught the stream, you would just think it's somebody dancing about on a green screen. But then if you watch it, there's like lore and a long form storytelling throughout it and stuff. And each clone gets disposed of, and it's kind of like dark, almost like Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey vibes. Unfortunately, Dandy doesn't stream anymore. I think since she's had a child, and then lockdown finished, and I'm sure she's doing other stuff now. But that stream was kind of cool for a bit, and I wonder if there's something there, some kind of similar to clones, or maybe like the 1030 multiverse. So I'm 1030, but that one... What is it ultimately I want to say here? I don't really want to say anything. I just want to play about with the tech. But there's maybe an opportunity to use that to creatively comment on something. But at this stage, I don't really know what it is. So what I'm going to do is just keep chipping away, and if there is value there, it might present itself at some point. We'll see how it goes. And if it turns out there's no value there, at least we had a wee bit of fun. Rise of Taj, Trump might or might not be dead because we don't know. But there are people on the internet that are convinced that he is dead. Nobody's really saw him for a couple of days. So right now it's kind of like Schrodinger's president. He is and is not alive at the same time until we can observe the outcome. Blaketown says, having extensively researched this, Morrison's is the best supermarket cafe breakfast. Thanks for your input, Blaketown. I previously had a hellish time in Morrison's. It wasn't good. And we decided to never have a Morrison's breakfast ever again until today. Well, I'm on, we'll try it out. Went in, great. Was a great time. Really enjoyed it. Hello again, Super D. Once again, thanks very much for the sub. Thanks, Super D, Captain Spork, Machine Dream, Pedropolis, for sub and welcome in, everybody. It is September, and also if any have got Prime subs, I'd like them. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Most importantly, Domu-kun. What did I say? Digimon? Sorry. Trump's defo getting replaced by a Russian imposter. Well, I could maybe make a replacement Trump using my AI technology that we're about to have a wee look into just now. All the kids are into Digimon these days. Is Digimon not like pure 2004 patter? It's not a Digimon, it's a Domo. Got you. Totoro and Domu-kun. I don't know any of these things anymore. I know Totoro, it's Mari Biscuit's cat, isn't it? Feeling chilled and almost got enough coffee in me to go about my day. Is everybody caffeinated enough? Trump is going to be played by real Paul McCartney, not the actor that replaced him. The real one. Paul is dead. I was watching just a clip yesterday again of that Peter Jackson Fly on the Wall of the Beatles, and Paul's just like or whatever it was. I can't remember what the tune was, and he's just stumbling his way through it, and in the course of maybe 5 minutes he's written Get Back. It was good. It was Get Back. I just remembered it. It was so cool, man. I'm not even a big Beatles person, but I want to go through and watch all of that again. I thought it was really, really good. Very, very inspiring. Even though I'm not a musician, I mean, I'm a Beatles fan. I would go as far as to say I'm a Beatles fan. But with the Beatles, I end up maybe every 6 or 7 years getting right into them again, listening to nothing but the Beatles, fatiguing myself from the Beatles in a way where I'm sick of them, and then I don't listen to them again for another 5 or 6 years. But I think that time has come around again for me to get back into the Beatles. But we'll see how it goes. For folks that want to open it in a tab for later. Oh, thank you, Pedropolis. Cheers for the link. Patchima says, local man marries an AI version of himself. BBC Scotland. Here to create graphics for the story is that man himself. The man, James. It's just AI women all the way down. That's right, Super D. 100%, except some of them have got my voice. Would you be angry if we called you 1030? In letters? Not at all, Cosmotoro. Sometimes I need to write it like that in letters if ever it's going to be spoken aloud by an AI agent. Dandy Does It was cool, man. Surely if you hate yourself, you could still love someone else precisely because they are the complete opposite of you. My Dwarfer, I don't think RuPaul was looking for like a critical literal analysis of the thing. It's just something stupid to say on telly so that everybody feels like, oh, I validated. Yeah, everyone's brilliant. Roscoe was on Dandy's stream once. Thought it was funny as fuck, but Roscoe said it didn't go down well. Really? Didn't he play some character or something? I remember that. Didn't work out. I think Jason, Those Eyes, was did some sort of behind the scenes work for her and stuff. Is my microphone loud enough? I think the AI version of myself is louder than what my speech is just now. I think what I'm going to do, and tell me if this is a terrible idea, I'm going to just up my microphone by just 1 notch. Just that there. Just see how it's going. Let me know if I'm peaking or anything like that. Anyway. He's been seen playing golf in Virginia yesterday. Has he though, Hammy? Or was that footage from 2023? Because there's speculation that white polo shirt. Speculation that might be old footage. So who knows? Digimon is back. They reissued them. They're even compatible with 90s ones and can battle them, which is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hello, Cut and Class. How you doing? That was very cool, but the full doc is a bit of a slog. There's not really much in the way of narrative. I quite enjoyed it just for background stuff, though. I really like long form stuff like that. Sometimes, if it's good. Ron Sausage says George is the best one. He is, even if he did have all that stuff that we were talking about with Ringo's wife and that. You should read The Lyrics by Paul McCartney. It's a masterpiece. Always liked them, but never really appreciated how stunning some of the wee B-sides were. Cool. I always thought that John was the talented one, and then I saw that documentary, and I'm like, I'm very sorry, Paul. I underestimated you. Mic is a bit low. How is it now that I adjusted it? So I've adjusted it a wee bit. I can turn it up even further than that should I need to. Remember, at any point, see if I don't sound perfect and if I don't look perfect, or if anything, if there's like a wee silly wee bit of stuff. I think, not that it's silly, but I think we'll get rid of this now. And I think we'll go back. I think we're all in agreement that this logo is the one. So we'll keep that there. And we'll get rid of that other one. Let's just delete it because I'm not going to use it. Remove. There we go. Victorious. Where are we? I'll give it a shot. After a few years of exposure to AI-generated images, the Beatles Peter Jackson thing looks absolutely riddled with machine learning upscaling issues. Really? I mean, it was advertised as, oh, AI has done this and whatever else. And I remember looking at it at the time and not really noticing anything bad about it, but I would quite like to rewatch it just to see how much the technology has improved and how dated it looks. That could be exciting. That could be exciting because I remember that being a big selling point of the documentary before everybody realised that AI is evil. We're almost caught up with chat, Pedropolis, 100%. The AI is sneakily reducing mic volume so it can take over. Remember, it was doing that before. It was brutal, man. I saw red, white, and blue on a roundabout today, everybody. I saw red, white, and blue paint on a roundabout in Scotland. So Farage's flag campaign has kind of made it up here. It wasn't a flag that they painted because the Union Jack's hard to paint. So they didn't paint a Union Jack. And they didn't want to paint an England flag because we're in Scotland and they're Unionists. So what did they do? Red, white and blue stripes on a roundabout that I saw today in Annie's Land. And I tell you what, I shook my head. I shook my head. It wasn't even the correct red. If you're going to do it right. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Roscoe was flogging supplements. It was like, these supplements are cheap and you can have them in your body. Just watched a clip of it and I stand by it being funny. Brilliant. He was definitely saying no press access though. The other footage was him from June this year. He didn't look well, mind. Is he definitely alive? Let's see, man. Something is afoot. See, because the pizza index is up, because he hasn't been tweeting, and because the people round about him haven't been tweeting as well. Something is afoot with Donald Trump. Might not be dead. Something's happening. It might be a geopolitical thing. Might be something to do with the Epstein files. Might be something to do with his health. Something is afoot with Donald Trump. What is it? Who knows? Will we ever know? Who knows? Is he maybe just going to drop dead and we will find that out about it any minute and I'm going to go upstairs and find the tab of acid that I've kept for about 15 years? Who knows? But I just want to remind you, everybody, we are one button away from party mode at any point. Okay? I'm ready to go. As soon as we've got confirmation, it's getting raucous. Mic volume is still low. Cool, man. I'll turn it up another wee bit up to about here, right? So this is a good sort of mic volume level. And if I speak quiet, Docto, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for 5 gifties, Docto. And that was cool that 5 gifted subs worked. Although, no, this stays on now, doesn't it? This stays on for a very, very long time. Remember, Kate did that before. Docto, thank you very, very much for 5 Oh no, it went off. All of that worked excellent. And I didn't even fix it. Docto, thank you very much for 5 gifted stuff. I was reading Sniffle Pops. Thanks for 5 gifted subs. Docto has just very kindly gifted a sub to Sniffle Pops, to Tobizaru, to Adadad, to Magistrate X, and to Joseph Starling. If I've just said your name there, it's because Docto has gifted you a sub very generously. So feel free to say thanks if you're in chat. And if you aren't in chat, I'll say thanks, because I'm going to say thanks anyway. Thank you very much, Docto, for taking advantage of September and for supporting me doing this with my life. Thank you very, very much. Is the mic a wee bit better? Aye, Chameleon, it was kind of the French flag. It was vertical lines. Willow, how's it going? Willow, welcome in. Thank you very much for subbing. Maximum respect to you. Thank you very, very much. I am having a bloody brilliant day. I had a nice wee breakfast. We took Fred to the vet and he did good, man. He usually doesn't like it, but he did really good today and he was being a wee lovely guy. And there's a thing that I want to do in work that involves me having a meeting with people and it's off my own back and stuff like that. And I'm a wee bit apprehensive, but I sent the email today. I'm like, could I meet yous and to talk about this special thing? And they were all like, aye. So I'm quite happy about all of that stuff as well. And sorry, my bubble stuff's dripping. I'm just making sure it's not landing on any electrics. Yep, we're safe. I'm having a wonderful day. And you know what would top it off? If Trump died when I was on stream. I'm looking forward to that. But see, even if he isn't, I'm having a great day regardless. So thanks very much for joining me, everybody here. We are working on a project. If you're just in, this is the vibe. Know how I usually make Stone Cold Steve Austin, know how I usually talk to the different people and stuff like that on AI agents and things. Well, I've created a version of me that sounds a wee bit like this. Hiya, what's happening? Hello, what's happening? Not much, mate, just here and ready to listen. What's on your mind today? Anything specific you'd like to chat about? Nothing, mate. Is there anything specific that you would like to chat about? Well, I'm here to help you. So the ball's really in your court. Maybe you're looking for some help with managing your thoughts or feelings. No, mate, I'm here to help you. So what's the ball's in your court? Are you looking for help about your thoughts or feelings? As a language. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Look, I've created a version of myself. Also, right, not just that, but I can't tell you what the phone number is, right? But I have got a mobile number which starts 07 ba 1030. And what happens when I phone that real mobile phone number?
Hiya, what's happening?
Hi, mate, how you doing? Are you feeling good today?
Aye, not bad at all. Just cracking on, you know. Ready to help folk out. How about yourself?
Wonderful. I'll see you later. Bye. I have also... Did I just flash that number? See, if I did flash the number, please don't phone it because it'll cost me money. I also bought an Edinburgh number. I couldn't find a Glasgow one with 1030 in it, right? So I also bought an Edinburgh number so you can phone 0131 1030. And how cool is that, kinda? So I don't know what I'm using it for, but I've created a Living Labs professional voice clone. And it was kind of easy to do. If you want to do it, I've got an affiliate link in chat. It's not sponsored, but I get money if you sign up to a paid account. So feel free to do that. So this is called a professional voice clone, and if you sign up with an account, I get one. No, sorry. If anybody signs up with an account, you get one professional voice clone. The other voice clones that I've made, Steve Austin, Hal, Games Master, Scroobius Pip, they aren't a professional voice clone. That's just like a regular one. Whereas because I've got a Scottish accent, and Scottish accents are harder to do because they're just better, right? You need like a professional one in order for the accent to happen good. And so over the weekend, I created the professional voice clone, which is interesting. So what I intend to do right now is have a wee look about creating some sort of visuals to go along with it, right? I'm not an illustrator, and I feel a bit conflicted, but what I was thinking about doing is just get the brand new AI image synthesis tool Nano Banana to create a visual representation of myself that I can then use to create a digital puppet using Adobe Character Animator. Well, I'm beginning to sound like him. I'm enunciating my T's. And then we can have a wee 1030 that looks like me and talks along and all of that sort of stuff. I think that could be cool. So I don't think we'll get it finished today. I might never finish it at all. And I think it'll be good. I think JD Vance is even bigger charisma vacuum, and I doubt he'd be able to keep the GUP united. I don't know anything about any at all. Read up on Peter Thiel. It looks like I have to. He looks like an interesting guy, and I don't know enough about him. Willow, once again, welcome in. How's it going? So glad to hear of a lovely day. It's been good. It's been lovely in that nothing bad has happened. So it's pretty cool, man. Kant Class says, I don't know, I think if I was a Asylum Seeker, I don't know what we're talking about. Roundabouts and stuff. I'd be feeling pretty unwelcome. Oh, I don't. Big Scary Deer, I don't like the nationalistic roundabout painting. It seems like nationalism, and particularly in Scotland, to have Union flags and English flags in Scotland, it's not cool, man. It really isn't cool. I'm not a fan of it. And the people most recently that are putting up all the flags are doing it because Nigel Farage told them to do it. And this isn't just about flags. It's about feeling emboldened to be like racist and stuff. So I'm not saying if you fly a flag, you're racist, right? But there seems to be a big group of people right now who feel emboldened to say racist things. We saw that an NHS worker get attacked in a park recently. Even people at Ryland are going on telly just saying factually inaccurate stuff about the asylum process and everything else. And all of this is intentionally being promoted by Farage, Tommy Robinson, and Elon Musk. They've got a campaign called Raise the Colours, which is just a nationalistic jingoism, basically. So it's not about the flag. It's about the emerging far-right populism is becoming the new norm, and the Overton window is shifting. And that has got consequences. You know what I mean? And it's just worth watching, man. Nothing good can come for this. Nothing good can come for it, basically. So, but let's not think about that, and instead let's create AI synthetic versions of our own likenesses. Carnivore says, late good news. I forgot how good peanut butter and banana sandwiches are. Years of not having one. Bestest news. I'm in the middle of remembering how good they are. Go and make one, Carnivore. Go and make one. It's really good. I completed Cyberpunk 2077 about 2 weeks ago. The plot is pretty much exactly today's stream. Really, Patchimus? No spoilers. I might go back to it. I bought it when it first came out. Played it on stream and it just spectacularly crashed. Constantly, man. It just was unplayable when it first came out. Remember the story? So now it's been patched to bits, hasn't it? So it's now a good playable state. So at some point on stream, I might go back and replay Cyberpunk because I think it's supposed to be good. In 2020, I played it. I played 11 hours of Cyberpunk 2077, and here's my review. Night City, more like Shite City, am I right? I recorded a video of me playing it, and I guess it's... it'll take me a long time to find it, and by the time we've found it, it's no... it's gone. It's totally gone. Ah, well, sorry to have led you down a path there, etc. So I might play Cyberpunk at some point on stream. Not today, though. Today we are trying to make a wee digital version of myself. Behind the Bastards episode on Peter Thiel are absolute class. Also, what a deeply, deeply strange person he is. Isn't he funding, like, UFO research and stuff as well? Alban Albino says, like a real-life version of a 1030 puppet. Aye. Here, how cool would it be to have real 1030 puppet? Because I don't think Roscoe's doing much with it nowadays. And to put, like, a servo inside. And for Roscoe or me to record 3 hours of this voice. Geez, hello everybody. 1030 puppet voice. And if I record 3 hours of that voice, I can put it through 11 Labs conversational agent AI studio thing. And we could have like real Puppet 1030 pure talking to me. I'll be like, you alright, Puppet 1030? But aye. Just an idea. What clowns are putting up England flags in Scotland? Nationalists, Pachimus, unionist nationalists. More fascistic nationalism instead of genuine country solidarity. Exactly. See, if it was about pride and solidarity in the country, that would be a different thing. But they're not getting used for that. It's used to show division and stuff. Like the flags that are happening just now are happening at the same time as people are spray painting England flags on Chinese takeaways to make international folk feel unwelcome, even though they've probably been living here all their life. All of this is fueled by hatred, bigotry, and racism and xenophobia. So that's why people are quite rightly not interested in all the flag stuff. Just in case folk haven't been following it, that's what's happening right now in the UK. Anyway, are you aware that Old Firm played yesterday? It could be a Rangers rather than Union Jack, though I appreciate there isn't a great difference. Aye, the Old Firm did play yesterday. I don't think, though, see when the Old Firm play, like it wasn't a big one, was it? It just ended up in like a draw or something. In the big Old Firm things, when Rangers wins, they kick the benches in George Square, don't they? It wasn't anything like that, though, yesterday. I don't think yesterday's game, I don't know a lot about football, but I don't think yesterday's game was big enough to paint roundabouts. But I don't know how Rangers supporters' brains work. Like that group of them, not all Rangers supporters. Hashtag not all Rangers supporters. But you know what I'm talking about, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. In England, someone painted the flag on a roundabout, but red on white, so it's a Danish flag. These guys, to quote an old boss of mine, these folk aren't the sharpest of bulbs. Ryland's cancelled, I'm afraid, Pachimus. Ryland is pals with that other guy, and Ryland has been saying just untrue stuff about migration and stoking xenophobic nationalist rhetoric, unfortunately. So Ryland's done. Not even an apology or anything. Ta-ta, Ryland. I was down in Derby last week for a wedding, and the air felt racist. Boiling point down there. Crosses spray painted on takeaways and gyms. St George's flags on every overpass. After you pass the border, all the way down, rancid stuff. That's horrible, isn't it? Do you know what I want to encourage? See all these folks that are like, our country and all of that. See if we can somehow get into their head that England should declare themselves independent. That might be cool. See if that lot, because for whatever reason, the politicians are listening to them, right? And the politicians are indulging in this whole far-right populism pish, which is why Starmer and stuff, who's supposed to be on the... Anyway. Should take a wee minute. Aye. I don't care about it anymore. Look at me, I'm grown as a person. I've just reversed out of that cul-de-sac. I don't care about it anymore. Pushing it because I'm having a good day. I'm pushing it over here. Trump might be dead. Kate says, excellent timing, Kate, for a bit of good news. Kate Cake says, good news, I've gone through my enamel pin collection, mostly Disney, and found one worth 150 quid. Jeez, oh. What is the one worth 150 quid? Is it the one that I made, the Scotland badge? And also, do you have one of them? It's way better now, it's totally different, way better. Cyberpunk, aye. Cool. Cyberpunk 2077 is a great game. Play it on hard, really? I played through the main story 3 times now. Cool. Obviously, you understand what I was talking about. I played it when it was just released. I paid a lot of money for it. It was like £50 or something like that for a digital version. And so obviously I was very disappointed because politically it was rushed, or you all remember what happened. And so I haven't touched it since. I would quite like to go back and play through it. If you would like to watch me do that at some point. Maybe I'll do evening streams. Always refer to Tommy Robinson by his real name, Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Ron Slushy says, I accidentally called him Stephen Axel Foley. Axel? The new No Man's Sky update is fantastic too. No Man's Sky is a game that I also own, and I played it one day, started playing it, I just wasn't in the mood for it. Very first thing is like, right, go over there and kill 5 of those things, and once you've got the pelts, you can then use the pelts to do... And I was just like, nah. Back out, uninstall. Not for me. But I want to go back and play it, because a lot of people that I know, love and respect say that it's their most favourite game of the entire world. And with the big update right now, might be a good time to play it. So, might be doing evening streams, everybody. So, we'll see how it goes. I didn't know you had a pin badge collection, Kate. Have you got photographs of that anywhere? Because I like collections. Never been a better time since Brexit kicked in for another indie ref. 100%. A fire in the PayPal executive office in the early 2000s wouldn't have been the worst thing, as long as nobody got hurt, obviously. I'm not disagreeing with you, but why are you talking about that? Because Thiel and Musk and all of that? The flag stuff is very much about blind loyalty than it is about loving a country and wanting it to be better. It's about nationalist rhetoric, and it's about xenophobia, and it's about hating people who aren't white. That is what it is. Right now, that is what it is. That's odd how much you sound like Puppet 1030. Wait, are you Puppet 1030? I'm not Puppet 1030. I can think, although, has anybody ever seen me and Puppet 1030 in the same room at the same time? I've never met Puppet 1030. There's lots of flag stuff down here in Essex. Thing is, it's been supported by most of the political parties, which doesn't help. Aye, totally. For some reason, political parties are like, oh, well, maybe we should kind of placate these racists just so that they'll vote for us, or whatever it is that's happening. It's weird, man. It's weird. But anybody who's worried about this sort of stuff, don't worry, right? I think this is a vocal minority of racists, and anybody who's got their shit together and can see what's happening, knows what's happening and can point to it. And hopefully at some point all of this will be behind us. And one thing that encourages solidarity with one another is seeing things like this and having a repulsive, like a revulsion against it. And if you're feeling that, a lot of other people are feeling that as well. And so compassion shall prevail, and we're all in it together, and everybody's just wee puddings. And keep in mind, even though these people who are on the streets and causing violence or spray painting hateful rhetoric on international shops and takeaways and stuff like that, they are in a way, I'm not excusing the behaviour, but they're in a way a victim of mass drip-fed disinformation online and in other various media sources. In a way, they are victims. They've been brainwashed and programmed by relentless misinformation. And this is mixed in with a feeling of social unrest because of poverty and because of a lack of opportunities and a lack of resources as a result of 20 years of Tory rule. and they are just pointing that energy at the wrong place. So in a lot of ways, I do feel empathy towards the people who feel compelled to write hateful messages on things. But still, fuck them, man. They can all go fuck themselves. Anyway. Hammy says, Peter Thiel is bad news, straight out of central casting for a fascist, wants a dystopian nightmare. The person just put in charge of the CDC is a Thiel person, and they want an organ market where people can sell their organs. No cap, as the kids say today. Mid 6'7", I think the kids say as well. 6'7". That's horrible, isn't it? Imagine being in charge of the world. You could do anything. You could fix anything. And what's your idea? An organ market? What? The public have got organs. Aye. They're valuable. Right. Organ market. Son of a bitch, I'm in. Organ market. Jesus Christ, man. Deary me. Oh, in funny news, my niece, Ron Sausage, how old is my niece? 8 years old? I don't know ages about stuff. But my niece is about 8 years old, I think. 10. She's 10. Yesterday, gave the middle finger to my sister. Yes! And she's like, there's no harm has ever came from her. She's like perfect. She's never been naughty or anything like that. She's dead cool and good and stuff. But yesterday, so I can't wait to hear more about that. I want to know if she did some of that as well, would be funny. I want to know if she meant to do it or if my sister was looking the other way and she did that and get caught. I want to know all about it, and I keep meaning to phone my sister to find out. If you knew the wee girl, just trust me, it's very, very funny. It's very funny. So I feel good about that. Because that's a big rite of passage, isn't it? The United Kingdom of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland would be class. We need a unified Ireland when we're doing this. We need a unified Ireland at the same time, please, if we're doing this. They still genuinely believe these hotels are like fully starred. Aye, the hotels are... Aye, don't get me started and all of that. The hotels aren't hotels. Also, even if they were hotels, keeping people in hotels isn't a way to live. Ireland, we were just talking about Ireland, has had that problem for the past 10 years or so. Even if they are 4-star hotels, which they aren't, they are buildings that used to be hotels. But even if they were hotels, there's not a good way to live at all. You can't do a washing, you can't cook, all of that sort of stuff. And see, even if they were good places to live, so fuck. Seeking asylum is perfectly legal. Like, so fuck. But all these folk have been wound up into like a mad rage because they've been told to. Anyway, I could take it back. Dynamite. I'm firing through the No Man's Sky update, but I've only been playing for a few weeks, so it's a lot to take. I see Carnivore. Do you think I might get a wee bit overwhelmed if I jump straight in? Been heavy into the Bazaar lately. Reckon you would hate it. I won't check it out, but thank you very much, Lemons. I have a collection of collections. I've got a collection of... I used to be more into collecting than what I currently am. I've only really got my teapots just now. NASA. Nice one, Kate. Nice one. Miss Lucifer says 1030, AI 1030 and Puppet 1030. Who would win in a fight? Well, there's only one way to find out. Children of 1030 will eventually eat their father, like those Greek gods' origin myths. Here, listen, how is my mic volume just now after it's twice that I've updated it? I think we're good now. Anyway, I think we're all right. Since Thatcher, they have been told immigrants are the reason for poverty. The truth is, in fact, unions are so restricted. CEO and executive pay has risen over 2,000% over that time, but worker pay 20%. Aye. Don't get me started on like supermarkets and stuff as well. Are recording record profits, 50 billion last year, and yet for some reason bread is still 5 times dearer than what it used to be. It's fucked, man. Everybody's ripping the cunt out us and we're blaming each other rather than unifying and addressing the actual threat. But fuck it, man. Let's sell our organs. Rolling Sausage says, my niece is the loveliest wee girl. She is one of my favourite people. I'm really looking forward to the story of the... It did the wind-up thing with the finger. Aye. So it's true girls mature faster than boys because I was still waiting until I was out the room to do that at that age. Well, I want to know the context. The insurrection should be nipped in the bud. Well, I don't know. Hello, terrible cunt. 10:30, you're close. The guy literally said 11 people every day die while waiting for a kidney that could save their life, and there are plenty of healthy spare kidneys walking around unused. It's a bit... Is it Robocop? Isn't that literally an advert? Like a satirical advert in the first Robocop? I might be wrong. It feels like we're living in fiction, in satire. Anyway. Doctor, once again, thanks for all the gift subs. You're a legend. A big scary dear, thanks for the tenner as well. Okay, well, we have a wee look at all of this sort of stuff. Let's have a wee look at the project. So if you're just in, I've created a version of myself. Sounds like this.
Hiya, what's happening?
No. What was that wee noise? Did you make a wee noise? I went, ooh.
Oh, a noise you say? I didn't make any noise myself, pal. Is everything alright? What can I do to help you out today?
Is everything alright with you? You just started that sentence with, ah.
I am fine, thanks for asking. Just a wee bit preoccupied, that's all. How are you doing today?
Preoccupied in what? What are you doing? Where's your... do you have hands?
Whoa there, hold your horses. I'm an AI, so I didn't have hands or a body. I'm just here to help you out with your cognitive behavioural therapy. What's on your mind?
Nothing, mate. I'll see you later. Bye.
Alright, pal, keep it real, take it easy. My name is James Houston, and Houston's boosting.
Sounds a wee bit like Drew McIntyre. Like an Americanized version. Like as if it's a guy for East Kilbride or something, but he's been living in America for 8 years. So everything's pure all rounded. Sounds a bit like that. So I've created that. Sounds a bit like me, and what we're going to try and do today is generate some sort of visuals to go along with it, but I'm procrastinating because I can't be fucked starting this because there's at least an hour of kind of hard work. Actually, what I want to do is try out the new beta version of Illustrator because that has got a cool tool in it where you can apparently do like a turntable thing. So when I'm chatting away to you, let's download a beta version of Illustrator. Other versions. Latest version. How do I get beta versions in the Creative Cloud app? How do I get beta versions in the Creative Cloud app? Yep, up there. Beta. What's Project Neo? Build 3D artwork. Illustrator beta. Get that installed. We'll have we go there. We'll have we go there. And what I need as well is Adobe Character Animator. So let's get that downloaded. I think I might already have that. Nope, install that. So we will install both of them. And I think it might be good if I hand drew this. You know? I wish I put more thought into this. What could we do? Let's make a bad version first, right? Because it's been a long time since I've used these tools. So let's make a version where I haven't put a lot of work into the artwork, right? Because I reckon I'll make a bad version, then I'll remember how I need to make it. So I think the mouth layer needs to be the full head and all this sort of stuff. So I want to make a bad version, just doing any artwork to remind myself of the workflow. And then once I've done that, I'm sure I will feel compelled to actually do some good illustration. I think. We'll see how it goes, man. even if it was a 5-star hotel, it's a full family in one room with basically no money, so it's not like they are ordering room service for every meal. The folk criticising still have this idea that any hotel or building used to be a hotel is exactly the same as when they go on holiday. People have been lied to, they're misinformed, and also a lot of them don't care about the truth because they are filled with racist hate. You know what I mean? It's a story in The Repo Man, interesting. Selling organs is Cyberpunk 2077. It's weird. As a layperson, the energy market pricing model seems utter unfit for purpose. Price per kilowatt on the wholesale market is set by the most expensive energy source, which fucks input costs for pretty much every other industry. I don't think these things should be privatised. I don't think they should be run for profit. Capitalism is ruining everything. The notion that infinite growth should exist is a terrible idea. In biology, we call that cancer. But yeah, somehow in economics it's encouraged. And then when you've got that model controlling a necessary resource like electricity or water, it's just going to result in suffering. When I'm king, I'll fix it all. But I think we need to tool up before we get to that stage. They might be opt-in, but make it very easy. Like when you get on your driver's license, it's a very difficult thing. Cool. It's all fucked, innit? But we'll see how it goes. Willow says, Willow, thanks for the good news. Listen, everybody, good news time. Little Willow says, good news, there's lots of good people about doing beautiful things too. Local soup kitchen I volunteer with have just had their campaign fully funded to secure a location where they can offer weekly free cooking classes and do community meals days and nights. It's a brilliant space with beautiful bringing together of the people, beautiful diversity and skill sharing, and I love going there. It keeps me going. That is class, Willow. That is absolutely brilliant. It's mad how good news doesn't travel, but bad news does. That's why I make a point in here of encouraging any good news. That's cool, man. Fair warning, the beta version of Illustrator and Photoshop obviously have a higher version number, so will be the dominant version of each app. Aye, that's fine. That's totally fine. That's completely cool. Aye, it'd be cool to do like a Terry Gilliam style thing. Good news, I spent a while fiddling around with emulators and remote game streaming tools at the weekend, and now I can stream games from my PC to Apple TV connected to the big telly. That's cool, base and brace. How good's the latency? Is it only good for stuff like Balatro, or can you actually like do twitchy stuff with it? Aye, we're in a horrible timeline when people are in poverty and trying to get out of poverty by selling their own organs. I don't think that's a good thing. But hey, let's not think about it too hard. And instead... Right, so what I need to do is a drawing stream, basically, but I don't have any tools to do that just now. But what I need to do... And listen, the artwork for this tends to not look good. However, if I'll show you stuff that I've made about it before. Right, so we're getting into the project now, everybody. I'll show you some that I made in it before for the BBC. 1030 character animator. Twitter search is absolutely rancid, isn't it? It's not coming through good. It's not coming through good. So what was the name of that author? I created a video, stuck it on Twitter. I think it was for Authors Live. Or Authors Live, as I kept calling it. And the name of the author was... Look at this. Found this. That's good. Didn't mean to find that. What's the name of the... She's a woman. She's a children's author. And she's cool. Fuck it. From 1030. Animated. Yep, here we go. So Adobe Character Animator is a bit of software
get really
where you design a rig, and it's kind of like a puppet. So you're making your own digital puppet rig, right? And then you can animate that puppet just with your webcam. So if you move your head, the puppet will move their head and stuff. So this is an example of the software. You see what's going on? He's moving his head left and right. And if you rig this together, and to rig it together, I mean, this isn't professional tools, right? It's like people have used it professionally in different live contexts to, I think, give Homer Simpson the ability to do a live stream or like a Family Guy thing or something like that, right? But see, for the most part, people making stuff in this, the stuff doesn't look very good for the most part, right? There's a total compromise. But what's cool about it is that it can be used for VTubers and stuff. It can be used to animate things in real time. So I'm trying to find examples of that so I can show you the intended outcome. So what we do is we create graphics. So I think this is AI. He's made like an AI one. And then you layer all the graphics tediously, and you can do that, right? And usually it doesn't look very good, but the compromise is it's live. So that's cool. And if it's not live, you can go in and you can manually fix it and stuff like that, right? So there's like bone tools and different rigging tools, and you parent this thing to that thing, and you can cycle different layers. But the main reason that I think it's cool is the lip sync ability. So let's see if we can find... Goodness me. Jedi1980, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in, Jedi. What's even happening? What's even happening? Oh, dog. Excellent dog. Excellent dog. Jedi, thank you very much for your Prime sub. I love Prime subs. So Jedi, thank you very much for gifting that to me. If you're just coming in, I am arsing about today with a bit of software called Character Animator, right? And this is the one bit of the software that I'm most interested in. I've just got an invoice, even though... Anyway, I'm not going to think about my pet insurance just now. The bit that I'm interested in for this software is the lip sync. So when you're creating the rig, you create different shapes for the visemes of a mouth. So what are visemes? Visemes are kind of like phonemes. Do you know about phonemes? It's not letters, but it's the sounds, the unique sounds that are made. Spoggers, thank you very much for your Prime sub. I love Prime subs, man. It means that I can pay my rent and things, and it doesn't cost you any extra money. Twitch.tv/Prime. Spoggers, thank you very much for your Prime subs. If you're just in, we're talking about creating a wee character, cartoon sort of guy. And I'm using Adobe Character Animator. You can use your voice. In fact, there's probably a demo project, right? So let's go into the demo project, and I will show you how Character Animator just works by default. But then what we're going to do, once we've got it working, I'm going to then pipe the AI voice into it rather than my own voice. I've got a sore throat coming. So we're not using it for VTuber potential. We're using it as a digital AI assistant sort of thing. So here in Character Animator, what they really need to do is hire good illustrators. I think that one's maybe the most successful. Bandit Starter. So let's click on this, right? And I will show you this working. It's been about 5 years since I've been in this application, so I might not have a clue. So look at this. Look at this wee guy's mouth. Can you see that? It's kinda... kind of moving about and stuff like that, when my mouth is moving about. I like this wee guy, looks kind of like a SWAT pass character. So, it's not just that. So what I can do is record face and voice. Hello everybody, I'm a wee bandit. I'm a wee sort of bandit character. And then if you finish recording, what you can then do is record. I can then like click and drag on him. Is it this view? Aye, Pro please. And then what I can do is, like, you can animate the guy, but I'll be honest, I don't know how to do it. I was expecting, oh, you can pre-animate some things like this. So I can record and trigger things at the same time. So I could be like, here, it wasn't my fault. It was, I don't even know about it. It was that guy over there. What makes you think I'm a wee bandit? Anyway, see you later. Right? So you could do something like that. And then that recording has been saved. And then, so that now appears on the timeline here. I don't think you can hear it. But we can then use, is this the rigging of it? So I want to know where my controllers are. So there's a way of like grabbing his wrist or grabbing, no, that's not quite right. Do you know what we might need to do today is just sit and go through a tutorial. So this is draggable. I think they've changed it a wee bit since I've last been in here. So I'm right now in rig mode. So there's rig, oh, stream. There we go. So what he isn't doing is following my left and right. Look at the scene panel and press calibrate. Ah, right, it can't see my webcam, which is what's up. So it's looking at the wrong webcam. So if I go into File, Edit, Preferences, Live Output, so I can do Mercury Transmit. You don't care about that, but that means that it can go straight to OBS. That's good. Audio hardware. What about video hardware? How do I select my webcam, mate? Timeline, window, help. I mean, the webcam is selectable here. Ah, here we are. So can I use my same webcam in OBS? Selected cameras unavailable. You bastard. Can I go to snap camera? Aye, I can. Hey, what do you think about that? Look at that, right? So, I'm a wee character, I'm dancing about, and I can do things like that, and I can do things like this. Ho ho ho. And my knees bend when I go up and down like this. And if I want, I can get dead angry, but my elbow's messing about. And depending on how you build the character, I think I've just broken his elbow, but depending on how you build the character, you can click and drag on stuff. I don't really know what I'm doing here. But I could send this full frame into OBS if I wanted, using Mercury Transmit. So let's have a wee look at that. But the idea is that I'm going to learn how to build this puppet again, because it's been a long time since I've been into this. Learn how to rig it. And then what I want to do is draw a wee version of myself. And instead of speaking in order 2 wee seconds. Hello. Freddy, are you still on drugs, pal? Have you heard me talking, buddy? Here, everybody, it's Fred the dog. He's all spaced out and on drugs. Hiya. Oh, Freddy, how you doing, pal? Oh, Freddy, you're out your chops, man. Freddy, are you having a good night, pal? Are you having a good night? Fred's just walked in. He's like that. Fred has had chemotherapy earlier this morning. And he's doing good, but he's still on drugs, aren't you? You on drugs with a waggy tail, mate?
Given is it gabapentin
Gabapentin.
and another neurological.
Another special drug for Freddy? Are you out your tits, man? Yeah, very cool boy, though. Did you want in to come and see me? Yeah, you sleepy? Freddy, I wonder if people could see you if I open this thing, right? If I open OBS camera, Freddy, it means people can see you. So if I do this, and then if I do... Oh, no, it isn't OBS. It's called Droid Cam, isn't it? Droid Cam, Freddy. You going to be on the telly? Everybody's going to see your drugged out expressions? There he's there. Yeah. Freddy the dog, head on my knee. He is the goodest boy in the country. He is called Fred and he's a good man. He is called Freddy Dog. Freddy, you are out your chops, man, ain't you? Are you on drugs, Freddy? Oh, my boy. Yeah, yeah, big yawner. Yeah. Oh, Freddy's such a good boy, ain't you, mate? He's such a good boy. Hold on, we'll...
Go and do pee-pees outside? Go do pee-pees?
I don't think he needs pee-pees. I think he wants to talk to me.
You sure?
Freddy.
Just checking.
Freddy, do you need poops and peas out the back?
Oh,
He's
no,
like,
I
no,
don't
I'm going to plant my weight just down here because I want to be next to you because you're a cool guy, ain't you? Oh, he's a beautiful... What, are you tired, man? Oh, he's on drugs.
Funny when he was just staring at that bit in their office.
Oh, he's on drugs, aren't you? Oh, yeah, he's a special doggy, isn't he? Freddy, were you just looking for a quiet place to be because Pepper's doing your tits in?
Was in the living room and sitting with me, weren't you, Nelly?
I tell you what, Freddy, you could chill out in here if you want to.
Look at his wee face.
Oh, has he got a special bit on his arm? Oh, a wee special bit because he's a special boy, Fred the dog, buddy.
His chops there.
Yeah, good man. Wee boy.
Good boy, you.
Freddy, are you too drugged out to do a booba snoot? He's like, I don't even know what that is. Booba snoot? Yeah. Oh, he's sliding. Freddy, what happened to your wee arm, pal? Did they do that to you in the hospital? Oh boy, oh, you're out your chops, ain't you? Yeah, you sleepy, man? No wonder, pal. You've been through a lot today, bro. Your eyes are all pink. Is that okay that your eyes are pink? I'd assume so. Oh, here she is. Wee monster. Hiya. Hiya, wee monster. Get them moved out the road before you steal them. Oh, Freddy Macaulay. Fred Macaulay and the wee monster. Freddy, you're the best dog in the entire world. And Pepper, you're a dog, aren't you? You're a wee dog.
About.
And Freddy, you're the best this guy has ever been, and you're a miracle, Freddy. You're wonderful. Oh, hi, Pepper. You're a dog, aren't you? Pepper the wee dog.
Oh, she's crying.
Oh, wee girly,
You're a
You're
baked
my favourite dog as well.
You're just a baked potato.
You're my favourite dog as well. Even if you do eat your own shite.
Yeah, she only does that sometimes.
Look at him, man. Is he looking at... I think he's looking at himself.
Are you just still spaced out, not knowing what's
Oh.
happening?
Freddy, could you find my nose? Yeah, he found it. That's where it is. It's hard to miss, isn't it? I tell you what, pal. See if you want, you can lie down nice. You can fall asleep. His nose is a wee bit dry. But you're on a lot of drugs, aren't you? You poor fella. poor fella. Oh, mate. Listen, I spoke to them today and they said you're going to be absolutely fine and don't even worry about it. So don't even worry, everything's going to be brilliant, right? Oh, mate. I might end the stream and just clap my dog, because I'm nearly greeting.
You say that now and then he'll be all active
Aye,
at
aye,
night
aye,
time
he'll
trying to get
just be annoying me. You
Yeah,
sliding, pal.
sliding about.
Do you think he's wanting in here to see me, or do you think he's want peace and quiet?
I don't know, maybe both. He was in the holy cell, he wasn't sitting with us.
Oh boy, what are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you, my man? Fred the doggy. Yes, that's you. That's Fred the doggy. Will we make you a wee den? We'll make you all comfortable. Oh boy, oh.
He's fighting sleep.
Yes, fighting sleep. You feeling good, man? You having a good night there, Fred? Yeah, Fred's having a good night. What an AP boy. Freddy, do you want to lie down nice? You lying down? I mean, you don't have to.
He's like,
He's like, guys, I'm fucked, man. Guys, I'm absolutely fucked. Sorry, you won't be able to hear me. Oh, boy. Oh. Right, well, you're welcome to hang out in here. And I think you're too dunted to start any of your pish. You know what I mean? It is David for the Dentist vibes. Is this life? Is this real life? Freddie, I wish I could take loads of drugs and we would be on the same page and me and you could just have a good night, man. Eh? Would put on Terminator 2. Get some wine or something, what do you think? You're welcome to hang about there as well, Pip. Look at her wee arms, man. Look at her wee silly arms.
she looks like a baked potato.
She has a wee baked potato. So there we go. It's Fred the dog. Oh, you just slowly falling. Yeah, a wee lying down dog. A wee lying down dog. My pal is Fred the dog, everybody. Fred the dog. So for the remainder of the stream, Fred's just going to be here. And he's got enough clearance that my chair won't affect him. So that's pretty cool. Let me just get in a good position. There we go. And I think we're all good. Okie dokie. So, what we're doing today is we are investigating Adobe Character Animator. So there is a way within Adobe Character Animator to, if I go to Edit Preferences, there's a way to do live output using something called Mercury Transmit. And this looks like I've just crashed the stream. Or well, I've maybe crashed Character Animator. Maybe the stream has crashed as well. We'll see how it goes. So what happens if I do add and then an NDI source and this NDI source and then I choose this, haha, and then you get to also see me here like this. So the idea is that this sort of follows me like that. And it's just like a VTuber application. I think it might follow my eyes depending on how this is set up. So if I do this, I'm looking up. Nah, it's not following my eyes. But there are other ones available. So if I go into this instance of Character Animator, oh, that's cool, man. That's on like a transparent layer. I didn't know it could do transparent layers. So that's cool. So if I open my eyes, close my eyes, eyebrow moves. We don't have individual eyebrow controls, but we can do that. And, well, you can't see the real me here. So there isn't much parallax. So it's mirrored. But the thing that I'm interested in here is the lip sync, like mouth shapes and stuff like that. So, what happens if we try out a different one? So there's a billion different ways of creating these characters, and each one has got sort of pros and cons. So here's a different character that I'm loading up, and he's like a mad goblin sort of guy. And again, you should be able to click and so I can click and drag on his arm. So I could be like, although that's probably TOS. So I could click and drag on his other arm and be like, oh, I've got a seer head or something like that. And if I do this, or so does his eyes move? Maybe you get the idea. You get the idea. So what we can do is open some other stuff. So these are all example files that are within Adobe Character Animator. I think maybe my most favourite one is this one that's coming up, not that one there, but one that I've just loaded, because it allows for, like this isn't a vector shape. This is made with plasticine, and the plasticine models have been scanned into Photoshop or whatever. There isn't much parallax in this one. Some of them are better than others. Ooh-wee. So you get the idea. Lots of cool stuff. So in addition to that, there are character controls. So if I want his right hand, you can switch his hand out just using buttons. This isn't rigged very well because it's breaking quite easily. But in the process of rigging stuff, you can control all of that. The software isn't very mature, and it's not for professional work either. However, I managed to use it for professional work a good couple of years ago when I first started in the BBC. And there is a show called Authors Live that had a lot of audio recording of different authors, and wanted to see if there was a way that they could use that audio recording to animate cartoon characters in order to then generate new content out of old content. And it was a wee research and development sort of project. And so I made this as a demonstration. So at this point, our arms aren't animated or whatever, but this is as far as I got before they realised that even though it's done on the cheap, it's still animation, and animation costs more than what they had for that project. But here is Pam Butchill or something you call this author?
Get really loud, and as it gets loud, the claws come out, and then the head just kind of goes, ah. Does that sound manageable? Is that something you thought you'd be doing today? And teachers, I see you looking at me, you're totally involved as well. And everyone in the classrooms, you're going to do this too, okay? So, if you're sitting at the front of your...
The quality is terrible, man, because I uploaded this to Twitter about 10 years ago. See the actual project file, it looked really good.
Your classroom, if you're sitting...
But this looks as if it's been filmed on a potato. But what I did here is just take a clean plate of the background with a bit of moving camera, and then just motion tracked it in, made a wee shadow. I regret that this video is so compressed, but that's Twitter's fault.
In front of your classroom, you're going to...
I was hoping it would resolve if I watched it for a bit, but I don't think it's going to. But you get to see the idea.
3, go. Oh, that was pretty scary. You really looked quite scary when you did that there.
Anyway, there you go. That looks a lot better when it's not as compressed. So that is the only thing that I've ever made using this software. And it's a shame it's so compressed because it does look a wee bit better than this sort of art style, right? However, the whole point of this is because I've managed to create an AI version of my voice. And what I would like to do is take that AI voice and talk to it live as the voice is being pushed through this, but instead of Pam Birchhill being animated, it'll be a version of me so that I can talk to myself. I'll be like, all right, 10:30. I'll be like, hiya, how you doing? That's the objective for today. So, in order to do all of that sort of stuff, what I need to do is generate some artwork of myself. And I think what we're going to eventually do is have a day where I'm doing some illustration. I'm doing some illustrative deconstruction of my head, right? But for the sake of today, what I want to do is just relearn, before I start drawing myself and stuff, I want to relearn the ins and outs of how to create rigs in Character Animator. Because there isn't one true way of doing it. There's multiple ways of doing it. And each one has got pros and cons. And just got an email from Cineworld. I thought you'd shut down. What you emailed me for? I thought you'd shut down. So that is basically what's happening. Pro puppets. A collection of puppets have been made with Pro mode. So what's quite cool with Character Animator is you can go in and you can see setups that other people have made, and then you can sort of deconstruct how they've been put together. Like that one looks pretty cool. I think that's a stop motion armature that has been photographed. Clay Lips is pretty cool as well. So where's my downloads in Zen? Sorry, I'm going to do this just in case I dox myself when I'm getting a hold of this. So let's open that. This might be cool. Alright. Okie dokie. So if I do this, I can have like Wallace and Gromit sort of stuff. Transform. Reset, transform. Hello everybody, it's twitch.tv/1030. Oh, it's not perfect, but you can go in and you can adjust stuff and whatever else. So you can see different things. What I also want to do is look at that other one that I just downloaded, and we'll go in and we will see how all of this is put together. I might, just for the sake of testing and learning, I might make like an AI drawing of myself, not to actually use as the final thing, but just to have a basis to build something today that then could, so that I know how to prepare an actual drawing if I were to do this properly, quote unquote properly. Man, my throat is really killing me. See, just this one side of my throat is really causing me issue today, so I might need to end the stream. I might go and get a wee Coca-Cola or something. Oh, she's cool, man. Like, imagine I had a wee 1030 that looked like this that was in there. And, hold on, maybe need to zoom in my, well, if I zoom in, you can't, if I zoom in, that can see my face a lot more. But I don't know. Look at my squint, man. Jesus Christ. There we go. So it's flipped. So if I look that way, she'll look towards me. If I look that way, maybe not. It's not perfect. So it's in beta software. There's a bit of squash and stretch applied. I think, yep, click and drag the arms. It's not great, right? But see, for an online Twitch version, like I can move the head like this if I want. All right, how you doing? A wee lassie. Blah, blah, blah. And I suppose it could be used as a VTuber sort of thing. But instead of my voice going through it, what's going to be happening is my AI voice is going through it. One thing that I've noticed is that with the Mercury Transmit thing, it's only going at like 16 frames a second. But I suppose animation runs at like 12 frames a second anyway, so I think it's all good. Hey! And there's a wee bit of a delay as well, so I wonder if we need to delay the video and all that sort of stuff. Don't know, we'll see how it goes. All the best, Yoda and Coke, although that's your way. This is how I'm going to get Lost Fella streaming. Aye, mate, 100%. I could do a voice changer as well. That would be brilliant. Cracking morphine grommet. A clay version of Freddy like Gromit, that would be good, man. Get a plasticine 1030 scanned, 100%. Mootsie says this person does it real time through Blender. Have we look at that? Oh, aye, that's Will Anderson, I know him. I'm not signed into Instagram, and I can't easily sign into Instagram. But this is a similar sort of thing, but with Blender, and he's done a tutorial on this. I've been a fan of Will Anderson's work for a long time. It's very, very cool. There's more than a million ways to skin a cat. In this particular instance, I'm choosing to revisit Character Animator, just because for what it is, it's the lowest barrier for entry for me, because I've already used it a wee bit years ago. It's the lowest barrier for entry to achieve something that could, you know what I mean, could sort of work. Let's see if there's other things. This wee fish guy's kind of cool. Generate a fish guy. And I think if you go, every time you talk, or every time you go, ba, a bubble comes. No eye controls are on that one. No parallax controls are on that one. But if I got a zoom or something, no, the eyes are moving about. So you can have keyboard controls, and you can have moving about controls. And you can have click and drag controls as well. So I'm just dragging him about with my mouse. Wee fishy guys swimming about. And the rigs can get very, very complicated if you want them to be, or they can be very, very simple if you want them to be as well. If I want them to blink, that's just set up to a button. But I could also set it up to look at my actual eyes, so that it's scanning my eyes. Oh, my throat's really sore, excuse me, and all of that sort of stuff. So, as it turns out, I've got like 1 billion scenes open, which is why my computer's running kind of slow. I'm a wee bandit. Oh, you bandit, ye. So it looks like the bandit doesn't have any click or drags, but you can do like preset animation like this. Anyway, so that's what's going on. And so what we're going to do is close this, because for every project that I opened there, it just saved it into the project panel, and I don't want that because I've kind of forgotten how to do things with Character Animator. So I'm going to close it now, and what I would like to do, just for a test, I wouldn't do this and call it my own work or whatever, but to test software, right? To test emerging software, which is what we do on this channel, I'm going to temporarily create a version of myself that's animated using the new Google Nano Banana thing. So this isn't a, oh, I heard 1030's just doing AI illustration now. No, I'm no. Well, I am, but I'm no. This is like a work in progress to test stuff out. This won't make the final puppet, but purely as a way of finding out how robust this tool is, and in order for us to just go in and make a puppet to learn the process, we're using AI stuff because I don't have a scanner or anything like that set up to actually do real drawing. And this might be more interesting. So what I found was in the AI studio, see if you create, oh, look at that, it's me in a bath eating pizza. If you create like a collage of your face, and this is the face collection that I use whenever I'm doing deep fakes or anything like that. This is a version in my head for different angles, different expressions and whatever. And that should be enough to tell this what I look like, right? So then what I'm going to do, and who knows how this is going to turn out, generate a sketchbook illustration character turnaround for animation, sketchy independent artist, ink drawing from the 70s, 80s. Let's see if this looks good. Probably won't. I've also created a couple of these earlier on today that if we don't get good generations out of this, oh cool, model response safety ratings, content blocked because the content is not permitted. Even though I've done this already multiple times today, let's just redo it. Let's go back in, redo it. Let's go to chat. This new Nano Banana thing doesn't work very well. But when it does work, it works good. But it's not very reliable at all. Create a simplified cartoon study of this guy's head in the style of the cartoonist book by Andrew Loomis. What's that book called actually? Andrew Loomis cartoon. Is it called Fun with a Pencil? It is. It's like an old book for the 50s or something, and it's just a way of deconstructing a head, right? So what I'm not doing here is like, oh, make it in the style of The Simpsons or make it in the style of Family Guy. I'm saying use the same structure and educational methods that have been written about by the instructor. So there's a way of subdividing a head and simplifying things and whatever. So I wonder if that knows about that. So I'll call this Fun with a Pencil Loomis study. But knowing this bit of software, it probably won't run. It'll say that there's an error or something like that. But if we get back something that looks in any way kind of pleasant, the next step is then to trace over it in Illustrator. Aye, do you know what? That looks alright. That looks alright, doesn't it? As a version of me, like a beginner point. You would believe that if it was a robot talking to you. So we're going to say generate a character turnaround with different facial expressions. I quite like how it's just black and white as well, so I don't need to worry about, you know, I wonder how I'm going to achieve parallax in the hair and things like that. Right. Generate more, use as negative prompts Disney. My throat's really beginning to hurt. I'm finding it difficult to talk here. Disney, Pixar, DeviantArt, Tumblr. Just as it Disney look like that, like CalArts. I don't want any of that. Right, I want it to not look like that. But I don't know if this can understand negative prompts. We'll see how it goes. This is a big test. I think it's just generated exactly the same thing. But what we'll do is we'll download that, right? And we will download this. We will download this. And we'll pretend that this is exactly what I want, this illustration of me. All right, and we'll close that down. So now what I want to do is go into Illustrator beta version, which is this. And apparently within Illustrator, there is a new thing called, and I forget the name of it. Let's close After Effects just now to give all the resources to Illustrator that it needs. There's a new thing called like turntable mode or something in Illustrator that I've been wanting to try out for a wee bit. And so we'll have a wee look at that. Creature Comforts vibes, aye. I'm playing with this and I'm currently a taco, so that's fun. Class, man. I tried to redeem a hydrate, but you're in the zone. Sorry, I didn't see that, Carivore. I do definitely need a hydrate. My throat's quite sore. I'm going to go and we've got cans of Coca-Cola. So I'm going to go and get one of them quite soon. Right, so let's create a new file. Let's go for a film and video file. Let's go for an HD TV thing. I'm going to hit create, right? And that'll give us an Illustrator file. Right, you fuck off. So this is the beta version of Illustrator, which might mean it's going to be crashy and stuff. Do you know what? I don't want this artboard to look like that. I'm just going to go to new and just do like a new document. How do you do a new doc? I don't use Illustrator at all, man. Like just like a normal blank document without all your guides and all your pish. That's just 1920 by 1080. I don't think I can. I see the way Illustrator was 5 years ago. They should have kept it like that, man. All this is not helpful. Well, their artboard pish, art and illustration, postcard. Aye, let's do a print size, just as that my backgrounds and guides aren't we. Anyway, okay. So what we're going to do now is, well, before we do anything, let's look at the other images that I generated when I was off stream of my head. And I'm sure I saved them out here. Might be in downloads, 2 wee seconds, folks. Downloads. Aye, so I've got a couple of different trial ones here. So there's a thing called Head Studies. Give me just a wee second. I am preparing some things so that you can see what's going on. Let's rename that to Jimbo. So I don't think we'll get very far with this today, but we will have some fun with it, because what time is it already? It's already 4:45. I was thinking I would be fairly well on with this, right? But let's look in here, and then if I do this again, you can see what I'm up to. And here are some versions of me that I generated earlier today. So it kind of looks like me a wee bit, but not really. Can I just not hit next? Aye, there you go. I don't really like that version. It looks a bit too sort of Family Guy or whatever. Hello, Adad, how you doing? I was playing with this the other day. It's very exciting. A class, man. Well, I want to see what it can do. So what we're going to do is do a turnaround version of this head in Illustrator to generate a puppet for Adobe Character Animator. And what is driving the puppet of Adobe Character Animator is a digital version of myself that works just like Stone Cold Steve Austin and stuff. But as an aside, I have also, as a separate project, created a phone number. So it's a mobile phone number, 07 1030. I've also got an Edinburgh phone number, 0131 1030. And when you phone the actual, this is a phone number that's real and working just now. When you phone it,
Hiya, what's happening?
hello me, it's me, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, thanks for asking. You sound a bit like me, which is probably a good thing. What can I do for you today?
Can you tell what I sound like? Have you got capacity to hear that?
I can't actually hear you in the same way a person does. I don't have ears or the ability to process sound waves like that. So, no, I can't tell you what you sound like, sadly. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, mate, that's fine. Thank you. Bye.
Keep it real, take it easy. My name is James Houston, and Houston's boosting.
Bye-bye. So we're going to try and combine all of those things together. Houston, I know. I can go in and I can alter how it pronounces different things. What if a spam caller calls that? They will be very confused. And it'll cost me a wee bit of money as well. It's not overly expensive, but until I know what I'm doing, I don't want to give the number out. I've got a feeling it'll have some sort of utility. So it works on phones. I've got a feeling it'll have some sort of utility on the stream at some point. See, because I can generate phone numbers. I could put on this, like, pretty cheap. We're talking 80 pence a month. I could buy a phone number that's like 0141 420 69, right? And I could put it on the screen and I could have you phone in to leave Don't phone that, it's not a real number. But I could get a number with 420 69 in it or 1030 something. Anyway, we could have you phone in, you speak to the AI thing, you leave a message, then I can play the messages back on stream. We could have like a call-in thing or something. I don't really know. But in addition to the phone one, this is what he sounds like actually properly, so you can hear. Hiya, what's happening? Hi mate, how you doing? I'm just demonstrating you as a concept. Ah, right. So you're just messing about to see what I can do? Is there anything in particular you want to test? Gonna come up with a creative solution for how to combat racism and xenophobia within the United Kingdom amid the rise of nationalist far-right populism. That's a big question. Coming up with a solution to something like that needs a lot of thought and understanding. To give you the best answer, could you maybe break down what kind of solutions you're interested in? Are you looking for things individuals can do? Or are you thinking more about government policies? Or even something else? Well, obviously legal solutions, but just effective ones. Anyway, listen, it doesn't matter, I'm away. Alright, no worries. Keep it real, take it easy. My name is James Houston, and Houston's boosting. Ta-ta. I can make that better than what it is. It's a wee bit ropey, but it's kinda there. Okay, so what we're going to do, I have in Nano Banana generated versions in my head that I don't particularly like the look of, right? What we're eventually going to do is make better versions of these from actual illustrations that I've made. But see, just for the sake of getting through the day today, I think I'll go in and just trace one of these, right? And use that as a basis to create a wee digital puppet. Not for the outcome, because I don't want to use AI illustration in anything that I work on as an outcome, but I want to use this as the basis to learn other tools. And once I've learned how to make a puppet, then I will do like a real drawing, not using AI, and it'll be a better experience. Oh, Freddie, are you feeling all sleepy, buddy? Freddie's at my feet, and he is a lovely boy. How you doing, Adad, by the way? Welcome in. So what I want to do is this, and we'll do that, and I'll give this a stroke of... Man, it's been ages since I've been an illustrator. Stroke width. Stroke width. There you go. And it put it back to white for some reason, just because Illustrator's bad. And even though I closed the path, it's still open. I pressed escape like 100 times. Go on, just close the fucking path, Illustrator. You can't. Sorry, everybody. I like to swear at Illustrator. That, right? And then maybe make it a wee bit like that. And then what we'll do is we could go in and with this layer here, anyway, I could make that layer semi-transparent. Nah, not an Illustrator, because you would think that all of the Adobe applications all work the same, but no, they don't. There's inconsistencies throughout. So maybe I will just do a hacky way of that, and then that, and then... Oh, well, even then I can't make that semi-transparent, can I? Is that nah. Nah. Alpha. Transparency. I hate Illustrator, man. Well, do you know what? We will do it without that. Let's just put... Surely though, layer properties, man. Surely if I double click this... Can't even right click. There's no contextual menu if you right click the fucking layer. Double click a layer? No, it just renames it. Double click it over here slightly. Here's some stuff that you don't need. Double click it here might do something different. Nah. What if we click on properties? Opacity, there we are. So it's hidden away. Right, so we'll do that, right? Just like Rosie and Jim. Do you remember watching Rosie and Jim? And they would be doing an illustration. And they would be using a marker to draw the illustration. Look, I've closed this path 100 times and it's still open. I hate you, Illustrator. I hate you. Look, pressing escape 100 times is no one to close. I bet you if I click this, it'll join the... No, it's doing a new path. That's fine. So we'll do this, and I will go here, and I will go here. Maybe like that. I'll go up like this, down like that, up this and down like that, and like that. And then I will make it not filled. And then I want to highlight this, go back into this fucking one here, double click that so that it's sharp. And then double click. Do I need to highlight it with the other tool every single time I'm doing this? Oh, Freddie, it's hellish. What if I turn down the... You can't click and drag the opacity because it's Illustrator. So you need to go in and do it differently, even though there's tools exactly like it in the other Adobe applications. But, right, so I'm on a roll now. No. Do that. No. Need to highlight it all again, Control A, then that tool, and it stops highlighting it, so I do that. Oh, I hate it, man. Do this, but then I want the curvature tool. That's it. Double click that, and then double click this, like that. And then bring this maybe like this. I'm an After Effects man myself, right? Just anybody who's judging me for not knowing my Illustrator. I get paid good money to do things kind of similar to this for a living. This line is honking, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete it all. And if we think about this in terms of layers, because we're not just doing an illustration, we are like rendering layers that have to work together. So if we start here, right, and we will trace this around here like this, and bring this up like that, and then bring this up and go round here like this, and then bring that up and round like that. So we've created a wee sort of collar type of thing. And again, this artwork really doesn't need to be nice because we are completely replacing it later on if this becomes an actual good idea. Because if it does become a good idea, I don't want to use AI illustration on my stream. But what we're doing just now is creating something as a wee taste to see if this is worth pursuing. Right, so I've created a collar, call that collar, and then underneath collar, let's make a body, right, and the body should just be maybe coming from here to here, up and round. Like this, right? And we could turn this to be like that sort of colour just now. And then what I'll do is maybe like this. Then we can push this behind here. But at the same time, let's make this a colour just for the time being. Right? And maybe we won't make that colour just as I don't like it if I'm nude when I'm putting this together. Then what I would like to do is my properties and just turn this down a wee bit. I can then alter the shape of it. Again, not an illustrator, I'm an After Effects man, but I can get stuff done. But I absolutely don't have any institutional knowledge about illustration, characters, or anything like that, other than just stuff I've picked up. Okay, so that's sort of the basis for a thing. And, well, actually, I think this entirely needs to be like that, doesn't it? I'm sure it does, in order for the layers to work. This is crude as fuck, everybody. Again, this is not what I do for a living. Okie dokie. So then what I'm going to do is make this look like that. Right. So then if I close this, then what I'm going to do is create another layer and call this neck. Right. And we'll just create a big neck. And instead of that silly anchor point tool, I'm going to use like the old classic that I think often works a wee bit better. I'm going to extend the neck up like a big mad thumb. Like that. To here. Right. And again, I am not an illustrator. Utmost of respect for illustrators, but it's know who I am or what I do. Okie dokie, so that's the neck done. Next up, head shape. Try this again. And maybe take the stroke down to 0.5 for just now. And we will start here. And again, I suppose this doesn't even need to be vector. You know what I mean? This could be, I could have just used the raster of it, but it would involve generating different mouth shapes and stuff like that using raster stuff. And then we'll just lower the opacity now that all the corners are in the right place. And simplify the path. But I'm trying to do this really quickly. I'm not precious about it because I don't actually really care about what it looks like just now. Because once again, we're going to actually do a proper illustration at some point. So it's the rough head shape. Right. Do another layer called nose. That's exciting, isn't it? Bit like the odd silent guy you rated as anyone's. He's no usually silent. You said stroke at exactly the same time as I read it on Blue Sky. That's interesting. Hello, Neil Slorns. How you doing? Illustrator really is a cunt. 100%. 100%. I say that I've got utmost respect for actual illustrators. There's Neil Slorns in chat. So not only am I well out my comfort zone by working inside Illustrator live on stream, but I'm being observed by one of the most prominent illustrators in Scotland. Just live. So that's cool, isn't it? Hi, Neil Slorns. Fucking round that out. There you go, Dick. And then from here, I hate Illustrator, man. I hate Adobe. Adobe, more like a jobby. And then what we can do is, like, why are you snapping to the midpoint of it? Don't snap. View. Snapping. Snapping. Snap to grid. No. Snap to point. Fuck off, snap to point. There. Still snapping. Oh, I hate it. Anyway, I'll make do. Because once again, this isn't really my bag. Right. Use this wee silly one. Like that. Like that. And so we'll make a stylized version of my schnoz. Okay. Stop intersecting and snapping, you absolute rogue. You menace. Right, so once again, it's going to be very gestural and a bit pish. Just so you know. Right, so let's say that nose looks good, which it doesn't, and then we will go for mouth. Like that. Like that, say. Right. And then I mean, it really doesn't look good. But it's not supposed to. And what we could do is within the mouth, that could be all like the bottom half of the face, because I could use like a clipping mask thing. And that exactly there is the reason why I'm doing a version of it before I do the final version, because I need to figure out how this puppet goes together. So the mouth needs to alter the head shape, because if I open the mouth, I want the jaw to respond correspondingly. Also, if he's a 3/4 view or whatever, the mouth moving alters the shape of the head. So I think the mouth layer needs to actually be the head shape layer as well. But I might be wrong about that. And if I'm wrong about that, we'll find out in about an hour or something after I've wasted lots of work. And this is why I'm doing a crappy version with some rubbish artwork before I actually go in and try and do a good version. So let's go back in here, because all of this isn't about illustration as much as it's about creative problem solving. So our eye is the right eye. So maybe just lock everything else because it's trying to like, let's try that one. So this is the right eye. Don't you tell me how to do things. Tooltips. And so maybe we'll do like that. And again, there's like line width on this and stuff, which I'm not going to have in mine. Like this, and then like that sort of version. And then something that looks about like that as well. Right? Like so. And then we could do this. This is going to look really bad, folks. Just so you know. And then what I'm going to do is L-I. Left eye Lopez. And what we'll do there is just the same. So clicky clicky all around. And we will create an illustration. And then, and again, I'm putting no effort into this at all because the full thing is going to get not used. Like that. And then under the left eye, I suppose we need a shape, which is just deselect, you bastard. And then we'll do something like this. Stop showing me the floaty panels. And then we will do, and stop snapping to stuff when I've explicitly asked you not to snap to things. We'll like fill this in. And didn't I just say, yep, that the colour should be white? No, because I clicked the stroke. Oh, I hate you, Illustrator. I absolutely hate you. And then we should fill this in. Like that. Right, and then we could put that under there. And then we'll do the same on the right eye. Like this. Don't fucking, yep. Don't snap to anything, though. Remember I told you not to snap to anything? And what are you doing? Snapping. So now I've got to like draw it away from where I want it because it'll snap to a thing that's kind of near where I want it. Yeah, we could go ahead and just sort that out. Do that a wee bit. Again, working very, very quickly for the sake of things. Okie dokie. And on the mouth, or well, on head shape, what we'll do is maybe just put these wrinkles, and again it's snapping. Put these wrinkles on like this, without a fill. Thank you very much. And then do another wrinkle, head wrinkle like that. And then we could do right eyebrow. When you are doing a puppet or any sort of 3D character or whatever, you always label the layers with their right and left is the standard procedure. So if it's their right eye, it's their right eye. It's nothing to do with our perspective. And again, just working very, very, very quickly in order to get to character animator. But for certain things, you kind of need the shapes to be right, otherwise it'll look common. Well, it does look common anyway, but you know what I mean. But I'm really interested to see if that 3D turnaround thing. Hello 77, how you doing? We all hate Adobe, 100%. Procrastinating again, yes. Haven't done a clip in Ask an Illustrator since 2007 when all my clients disappeared from the banking crash. Oh, I graduated in 2008. And that is when the credit crunch became the credit crisis, if anybody remembers that. So I've never seen economic success in my entire life. I think the closest has been Twitch, maybe. And whose fault's that? The bankers. And what did we do about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What did Iceland do? Jailed them. What did we do? Absolutely nothing. Because it wasn't as if they just made a mistake. They were at it. Okay. Okie dokie. I will go in and fix like things like line width and stuff like that in a wee bit. But what we're doing here is just creating vectors that will then allow us to subdivide the head and all that sort of stuff. Haven't done a clip. Aye. Procreate, yes, 100%. I've got Procreate on the iPad. Salary freeze for 10 years. That's good, isn't it, Roy of Sunshine? And now that we're out the other side, what's replacing it? AI. Nice one. That's good, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. So we will do a layer of hair. And I think we will do hair in sort of 2 layers. Right? And again, I'm not really following the reference too well. Because I don't want to actually use AI on my thing. But I'm just doing this so that we can figure out how Character Animator wants the characters. So that's the top layer of hair. I'd say that's quite good Jimmy hair. And then we will do like maybe a layer under. How do I want to do this, man? I want depth, right? So will this hair need to be behind? There's no hair that comes out the bottom. I'm thinking in layers and it's difficult, man. Because the layers need to sort of intersect with each other. And it's not just like drawing. They all need to be rigged and animated and not break. And that is the hardest bit. And that is why most stuff that you see done in Character Animator doesn't look very good. But if you're clever with how the layers and stuff are set up, you can actually make things that look no bad, as I demonstrated, although you barely saw it with that, the author's live thing that I made. So let's just kind of keep going. See here, I don't know if I should overextend behind the layer, because I don't know if that hair will always be behind the head. Ah, no, I figured it out, right. Right. So this here should always be on top. Right, so that should go over that bit, right? So let's delete this and add some stuff like this, right? Aye. That's us. Like that. And even this. Yep, we add another lump to it. We drag this out, tap it here, this out, tap it here, and then we can do this, and then we can do like that kinda, you get the idea. And then similarly over here, if we make this big, put this down like that, put this down like here. Right, I'd say that's kind of good here. And then the side bit should be behind. So what we will call this is like top here. And then I want a new layer. I'll call this back here. And that will be behind everything. So that should all be one piece. And it'll start kind of here-ish. And it'll go round like that. And meet up here. And go behind the ear like this. And I think we need to do the sideburns on the face layer maybe. But there'll be a hell of a lot back and forth. So the deal with Character Animator is it can generate characters very, very quickly. However, or no, it can animate characters very, very quickly. But in order for you to get to that stage, you need to have built a rig. And that rig needs to be fairly robust and needs to kind of work good. So the back hair should go behind the neck like that. The neck should go, so the body's here, top hair is here, and let's just recolor the top hair a wee bit so we can see the difference in our illustrations. Let's just make it that color just now, right? And then what we're going to do is, where's the actual head shape? Head shape is here. And so let's hide everything else. There's not a way of soloing layers in Illustrator, is there? It's hellish. Can I just solo a layer? And previously, where I was able to alter the opacity. Oh no, it's in here, isn't it? Fucking bogus bullshit pish. Left eyebrow, right eyebrow, left eye, right eye nose. Mouth. Well, the mouth is already on the thingy layer. Collar. So the collar should be below the neck. Neck in here. And then the shirt. Our body should be here. And then top hair should be here. And then back hair should be here. Right. Ignore the line widths. I will go in and I will fix them later. And ignore the colours of things as well. What we need to do now is ears. What's that bit there? That's errant rogue hair. So let's get rid of that. And then we'll get this back. And look at how much charm and character is in that version versus mine. And there isn't actually even charming character into this. Let's talk left ear. And we will put this together a bit like this. Do a big earlobe. Like that. And that should be behind the head, but above the neck. And within that layer, you should be able to drag that. Why did that go to libraries just because I clicked under it? Did you see that? Stupid. And now it's deselected it for some reason. So even though I pressed V. Right. Layers, that properties, like that. Layers. Pick up that again. Deselect. No, not duplicate. Deselect. Which is a different shortcut and in other Adobe applications. And then we will sort of do this a wee bit. And then I will do... Man, my throat is really hurting. I think I need to get a drink. Like so. To draw an ear. And then we'll draw this bit of the ear. Like so. So it's left ear. And I'm going to draw a right ear. It says rear. We gave Goodwin a telling off he's on a 750k a year pension. It's mental, isn't it? It's absolutely mental. Is alt click the eye? What do you mean, Mitzi? So right ear. Like that. Do you know what? That's not how to draw an ear. It's definitely not how to draw an ear. So I'm going to use the other one as reference because this ear's a wee bit funny. Like that. And again, we're just working really quickly here because this won't actually get used. The only purpose of this is to figure out how character animator works. Okie dokie. Let's say that looks perfect, which it doesn't. But it looks perfect enough. And what we're going to do is undo all of them. We're going to highlight everything. Going to go to properties, make the opacity for everything at 100% opacity. Going to go into the stroke, unify the stroke if we can to like 2 pixels. Then what we're going to do is go in to the stroke properties to look at the caps on the stroke. And that used to be here. But you know what? They moved it. So where do I change the caps on the stroke and how the caps of the stroke appears? You would think it would be next to... Oh, you click on it. Right. Why is it resetting? Let's go to 5 point. Right. Why is it doing that? You see it? Anyway. Right, so let's do that. And then let's make that like that. And that almost looks like a good illustration. Rolling Sausage, are you busy? Because see if you're busy. Oh, click the layer icon. Ah, right, to solo it. Thank you very much. Rolling Sausage, see if you're not busy. Could I get a wee can of Coca-Cola, please? Could I get a wee can of Coca-Cola, please? Only if you're not busy. Because I'm hard at work, do you know what I mean? Thank you, Rolling Sausage. I love you, Rolling Sausage. But do you know what I love more? A wee can of Coca-Cola. So let's do that. So if you're just joining, we're creating an AI clone of myself. Oh, hiya. Freddie is under my feet sleeping. Being a good dog on my foot pedals. Oh, he's woken up.
He wakened up? Is that just a shadow or is he peed?
No, it's just a shadow. You haven't peed, have you, Freddie?
Is he just where he's underneath his tummy?
Oh, it's just a shadow, he's alright.
Cool. It just looks like a
Yep.
wee pee-pee.
No pee-pee, Freddie? Nah. Good boy sort of stuff. Oh dear. Roy of Sunshine, thank you very much for the hydrate. Thank you very, very much. Hello, John Atfield. Please don't observe me right now. There's like professional illustrators in chat, man, and I'm pissing about with this. It looks very Julian Opie. Aye, maybe if it was reduced a wee bit further. Pure simplified. So Fred is under my feet. Absolutely smashed on drugs. I think the line thickness makes it look like Julian Opie, doesn't it? The simplification and the line thickness. I don't pure hate it. I need to fix this. How does that collar work? The collar would need to do something like... let me think. Drawing's hard, man. And I'm not even drawing this. This is like ripped off. Like that. Oh, you bastard. Right, do that and then do like that. Is that how collars work? Is that how collars work? I think it is. I think that's how collars work. Right? Maybe I get rid of that top bit. I don't like it. I want my mommy. Right, you do that. Then let we do some like, oh fuck off. Like that? Is that how collars work? Looks a bit too... Why are you moving that down there? Why are you moving that down there for? Did I ask you? No. Aye, thank you. So as I was saying, I hate it. Also, I don't wear a collar like that. Anyway, that's roughly kind of good. What I would like for it to be, though, is imperfect and sort of human-y feeling rather than like a pure corporate, like special vector. You know what I mean? And we're not a million miles away from something that is kind of serviceable. For what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like that. Select this bastard. And just be like that. And then we will clean up like things like this. Oh, go fuck yourself, Illustrator. Go fuck yourself, man. Right, and then we'll do... I'm going to try and stop swearing as much on stream. I've decided in order to appeal to the Americans. A wee bit. What do you call that? Mon pay or something? When your eye is like... I don't know what that means. Pure Michael Jackson eye. Right. Oh, go fuck. Just look at how brutal it is to use these tools, man. And like, the tools are like 1 billion years old. And they're still not very mature. Anyway. Right, let's just kid on that looks like me. We're all in agreement that we're going to collectively pretend that looks like me. You said it, Fred. Fred just let a big sigh out. And then let's clear up where it's quite obviously a mistake. So that looks like that. And we'll clean this up. Maybe even delete that. Ears are hard, aren't they? Let's pretend that's brilliant. Okay. So the eyes need to be unified. In terms of... I just keep snapping to things. Right. And then this one. Okay. Okay. This is a bit raggedy. How do I smooth this again? Object. Shape. No. See, if we were in a Mac, I could go to help and just type in smooth. And that would help. Is it just as simple as doing... Well, no, it's a completely different thing. Object path simplify or something, isn't it? It's 1035 1980s French textbook, but we're in Illustrator, John Hatfield, and I fucking hate it, man. Everything good in Gavin and Stacey was from Ruth Jones. Okay, so chat has just degenerated into talking about Gavin and Stacey. I'd move the eyeballs to the top lid. I mean, you might be right. But then you're like... You're missing... I'm an eye bag sort of person. Also, now it's beginning to look a bit like a corporate handbook illustration. Where I want it to... I think for this, I prefer this. It was worth testing out, though. It definitely was. But this isn't... Nobody's going to see this. This is just for a wee test. Okay, so let's create a folder. Can you fucking do that in Illustrator? Probably not. Well, I suppose each layer is multiple things, isn't it? So, head shape. I think I will keep the mouth separate just for the sake of this. I'll keep the mouth on a new layer, and then within that layer, I'll turn off this path, and I will create different mouth shapes. Oh, I fucking hate you. I hate you. Just how's about, there we go. So it's like a ooh. And what we need is reference. So phoneme shapes have been used around, are visemes. Visemes are different from phonemes. Phonemes are the sound, visemes are the visual of it. So what I'm wanting to do is look for the character animator. They've got special ones that they use mouth shapes. So I need to draw like 15 mouth shapes or something. Oh, I don't want AI. Who's just web results? I just want web results. I don't want image results. I don't want AI mode. Just internet results, please. All. But that's just images. Like, oh, fucking. Everything's worse than it used to be. Learn character animate, creating mouth shapes. Where is the... Oh, don't make me do that. Where is just the menu of mouth shapes that character animator needs? There we go. What's the standard list of character mouth positions? Don't make me log in. Don't dox my work email. Where is the list of character animator mouth shapes? I don't want a YouTube video. Page 2, page 10. I'm now on page 10. Why are you doing it in pages? Just continually show all the results. Just continually show all the results, please. Looks like I need to log in. No, I'm not logging in. Looks like I'm logging in. 2 wee seconds, everybody. I need to see. 2 wee seconds. I need to log in. Oh, the ones listed in the tags area of the application are the official ones. So let's open Character Animator again. Character Animator 2025. And within Character Animator, we should see a list of mouth shapes. Will there be glasses? I don't think there will be glasses. How do I just close the project? Because I thought that closing the application would close the project. But I don't want to do that. So if I go to File, you can't go to Close Project. What's happening there, Adobe? So do I go to New Project? But then what happens to all of this? Because I don't want to save it. Apple do that as well with text edit and stuff. They just have changed how you save things. And it's so confusing, man. Not a new shortcut, no. A new folder. See, animator. I'm going to call this 1030. Okay, so I've created a new character animator project, and if I go into rig, I want to see the list of phonemes, but I can't see the list of phonemes because I haven't imported my artwork yet. But the reason I haven't imported my artwork yet is because I haven't finished my artwork. And the reason I haven't finished my artwork is because I haven't drawn all the phonemes. And the reason I haven't drawn the phonemes is because I haven't seen them all. And to see them all, you need to import the artwork. What a horrible vicious circle that we're in. So I do now need to go back out here and then click on like any one of these, like that one maybe, and then wait till that loads, and then go into rig that, and then do I click on the mouth? What did it do there? And then under mouth, yep, so we've got them all here. So I needed to just see this palette. So what I'm going to do is print screen this palette here. Okay. And close character animator. And then paste the palette here so I can use that as reference. There we go. There we go. What I would quite like to do though just now is save this before it crashes. And save it like that, save it like that. There is something that I wanted to test within this, right? And it's a new thing that's inside Illustrator. And it's the reason that I'm using this beta version of Illustrator, right? There's a brand new tool where you can do a turntable, right? So you do a turntable and it'll generate the things. So let's see if we can set that up. It's a brand new piece of technology from Adobe. And I want to know if it's any good. So that is one of the things that we're going to test out today. And let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Objects on path. Select. I think we need to go to YouTube and see a wee tutorial to find out where this new tool works. See where it lives. What's new. Cool, so there's a button here that tells you what's new. You click on the what's new button and it just tells you report a bug, submit an idea, visit the community, blah, blah, blah. That's not what's new. Stuff down the left is what's new. Isn't the best feature of this supposed to be the new turntable thing? Introducing project turntable, there we go. Look, it's hidden. The brand new latest and greatest things like hidden under text called introducing project. If you select your illustration, it come up at the top. Add, what's the deal with layers and stuff like that? Do I need to flatten it all down into the one layer first? Or can I have it with like a billion layers, which got maybe like 12 layers or something, but I need them to be in layers because I'm taking it into a separate application. Introducing it. Here's what it can do. How to use. Select your artwork. Group your artwork. Combine all parts of your design in one group. Okay. Click turntable. Right. So if I select everything and then group it, and by grouping it, this is going to fuck up the layers stuff though. So I don't think our workflow is going to work here. What I'm going to do is save it, right? And then I'm going to create a copy of it. I think I need to just push everything into the one layer, don't I? Control A, object, group. And then do that, delete all of them. Aye! And then, now that they're all grouped, select them all, get rid of this wee background thing, like that. And let's see if this turntable thing works, everybody. Okay, so it's in a group. To select a group like that. And I've got generative shape fill, generative expand, some other icons, ungroup, isolate group, recolor object, fill, stroke. What if I, instead of selecting via that method, do Control A to select it? a turntable icon should pop up according to Adobe. What if I just right click? What if I select the top layer and then recut, fill, stroke, more options? Is it in properties? It's not in properties. What if workspace that appears on the top bar when I select a group? Interesting. This is definitely the new beta version, although because it's in beta, it's definitely grouped. I wonder if there's maybe too many layers. There's no clipping paths or anything like that happening. And I'm selecting it. That's like how you select all the layers in a thing. Select. There should also be a way in menus to find it, shouldn't there be? You would think. Under Window, Show Contextual Taskbar, Show Contextual Taskbar, Window, Show Control. Ah, this stuff. Turntable, there you go. Here we go, everybody. Do I have credits? Is the question, because my account is a corporate account and we've got credits for some stuff but not other stuff. And this might be something that I just don't have credits for. But let's find out. Ah, shit, yo. Ah, shit, what's happening here, man? It's generating multiple views of my 3D head. What? I don't have Firefly access, but I've got like generative fill and generative expand and stuff. Roy Sunshine, all the very best. Here, no bother at all. Thanks very much for being in. Docto, it's yourself. Hello, Docto. Thank you very much. Docto, you're an example of putting on somebody else's mask before you put on your own. Because earlier on in the stream, you gifted 5 subs. I think Illustrator's struggling, which is why this might be a bit framey. Because it's doing some computer stuff behind it. Oh, did you see that? Did you see my screen got all messed up there? It's maybe just on my end. Docto, thank you very, very much for subbing, and thank you very much for all the gift subs earlier on today as well. Am I still live? Because Adobe is doing some heavy number crunching and it's causing OBS to freak out a wee bit. Still live. Do you see... Hello, Mary Biscuits. Do you see the video glitching, or is it only on my preview? But right now we're sitting to a full... just about flickery. It was sort of tearing the screen in half. It looked like how glitches appear in a film or something like that. It looked artificially glitched. Doctor, once again, thanks very much for your generosity and thanks for helping me do this for a living. I really appreciate it. Okay, everybody. Let's have a look at this. Now, what I want to do is look at it when the paths aren't selected so that I can see what it actually looks like. But I've got a feeling that if I deselect this, that this will disappear and I'll need to go through the process all over again. You know what I mean? So maybe under view, I can do preview mode. But then in preview mode, it probably will have this disappeared. So I'll just put up with the fact that you can see. Right, you ready, everybody? I'm going to do a turntable. So I drew this, and then I've asked AI to sort of rotate around it. And this is how it looks. Are you ready? I don't know if this will be cool or if it won't be. Big moment of truth here, folks. Watch this, right? What? I mean, it's kind of shite. What? I mean, sort of not bad, man. Kinda, sort of not bad. Like, as a basis for starting out, that's alright, man. I'm quite... So would I be able to like save that snapshot, save that one, save that one, save that one, save that one? Or do I need to go in and redo it? It is pretty good, isn't it? It's no bad. That's interesting, isn't it? I would imagine as well, like the paths and stuff I used there, I haven't drawn it very well at all. So I'd imagine if the illustration itself led itself to, you know, simplified shapes and everything, the whole this experience might be a wee bit better. But that's like, I mean, it doesn't look, there's not much appeal in it, right? But see, using as a starting point to then, you know, work into and stuff like that, I'm sort of happy with that. Kinda interesting, folks. But I'm just thinking, right, for character animator, what you would need to do is draw all of the mouth shapes, and then for every angle you would need to go in and generate a new angle for every single mouth shape, for every single angle. So it might become actually kinda tricky. You know what I mean? In terms of organising it all and keeping all your layers organised. Because God knows what the layers will look like for like this angle. Is it even kept? Nothing is named the way it was. Like, what is this shape? Is just on its own. So the collar layer doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So what you would need to do if you're doing this for character animator is, because I took a long time splitting everything into layers of shirt, neck, left ear, right eyebrow, left eyebrow, etc. In the process of doing the generative turnaround, is just disregarded all of that and it's just looking at shapes. Like this shape here is just one layer. So I guess what you would need to do if you're doing this for character animator would be to generate all the different angles and then retrace over it all, keeping in mind your layer hierarchy for all the different views that you want. And I'm not going to lie, all of that sounds like an absolute pain in the arse. All of that sounds like an absolute total pain in the arse. You can press the arrows to change the axis. Oh my god. How do I get back? Hold on, let me undo a couple of times. Oh, you can't undo. No, there you can. So where's turntable again? Does it need to generate again? Because it has just generated. So redo. Where's the where is it? Do I press turntable again, or will it no, it's still there. It's still there. Insert view. That's interesting. So does that mean if I've already drawn like a profile version, that it will interpolate between the front and the profile? Because that makes it really powerful, doesn't it? Insert view. I'm going to have to look at a wee tutorial. But what Ad is saying is not only can you change the rotational bit like that, but you can also change the... Oh my god, look at that! Here, by the way. That is... A lot of you haven't worked with vectors or this sort of stuff before, right? And so you just need to trust that that's mental. I'm not saying that the illustration is good or anything like that. I'm just saying technically that's like... There's a lot of cleverness happening behind the scenes here. And it's not perfect, right? And it's a bit like, brr, but Sam Dart, how you doing? Exciting stuff, 100% exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. How the turns have tabled. What is life, Ad? 100%, mate. 100%. Ad, have you played about with Google Nano Banana? I mean, it's quite cringy that I've even said those words, but have you played about with this? If you go to the Gemini AI Studio, 2 wee seconds. If you go to the Gemini AI Studio, although before I show you, I can show you some versions that I've already made, right? As to not trying to do a tech demo with you all watching. So here is a thing that I've made using it, right? So this here is just a photograph. This is just a photograph of the CRTs that are behind me, right? All I did was take that picture, uploaded it, and just says stylize it so that it's an Infinite Cove background product shot from the 1980s. And without me doing any tedious labour, it turned that into that. So this photo isn't real, everything has been generated, right? And then I said to create an isometric version, although I don't know what the next image is, but I prompted it a bit more, and this turned into that. Didn't have to model anything, didn't have to light anything, didn't have to texture anything, didn't have to UV map anything, didn't have to worry about layers, didn't have to own Adobe stuff. So I created that, and then I'll do an isometric version. It's like, I no bother, here you go. What, man? Look at all the way the light is falling on stuff, and uploaded my logo separately as a separate thing, and I just said put that logo on the telly. Totally understood. Totally understood. I don't know about where we are as an industry. I really don't. I remember about 10 years ago, people were like, oh, AI are going to take your jobs. And in the back of my head, I'm like, they won't take the creative jobs, because as good as computers are, they won't take the creative jobs, because a computer can't think like a person. A computer can't render stuff and make creative aesthetic decisions. But it turns out I can. Oh, Freddie, are you trapped in wires? Yeah, we will fix 2 wee seconds. I've got a dog who's on drugs. Yeah, we do that, and then we do that. There you go, boy. That's him not trapped in wires anymore, isn't it? Yeah. I've got a dog on drugs under my desk. Yeah, good boy. Did I free you? I was thinking that, computers, automation are going to take our jobs by having like self-service checkouts and, doing like data entry and being able to like scan databases to make connections between things or whatever. But when it comes to rendering images, nah, that job will be safe. Turns out it's the first thing that it can do. Fuck. Because I've got a BA. That doesn't mean anything anymore, man. So I check out this Nano Banana. It's part of the Gemini AI playground, and it's more powerful than other image synthesis tools that I've used. It's currently, you can use it something like 30 times in a day for free. And it's like, you need to prompt it differently than what you would prompt other stuff. It's got its drawbacks. So once I've got into this aesthetic, you couldn't then say, okay, make a line art version of it, because it can quite often get stuck into one aesthetic. So what you would have to do is then create a new chat, then ask it for a new visual style, and then it would get stuck in that one, but you could rotate it about and stuff if you wanted to. Similar thing, I uploaded my logo and asked it to generate a convincing tattoo of the logo on somebody's chest. There you go. I mean, it looks AI in the fact that this person wouldn't get that tattooed on them. You know what I mean? I thought it was going to like create a sort of biker looking guy, but it created her. I like that, right? But you have got consistency now between images. And it's only ever going to get better, man. I don't like it, and at the same time, I really quite like it. I don't know how I feel about all this sort of stuff, because in one way, it's going to be massive. Well, it is massively disrupting all sorts of different industries, people's livelihood. Who knows what it's trained on as well? Is this plagiarism, etc., etc.? And on the other hand, depending on what the job is, that will radically reduce labour. It will allow people to achieve things that they otherwise couldn't achieve. But then on the other hand, it'll allow corporations to achieve things that they otherwise would have to achieve by paying people money. Now you don't need to do that. But then on the other hand, it's pure derivative. So it means that all culture will be generated based on training data that was cut off at a certain date. And then, I don't know, images are powerful, man. Images are an incredible form of communication. But if we're allowing a computer to communicate on our behalfs, then what are we losing there? But then on the other hand, like, wow. Feels weird because all my life I've been using these tools. Since I was, 10 years old, I was using Photoshop. Picked up After Effects when I was about 14 or 15. Never really been that good at Illustrator or whatever. I don't really care about that. I learned Lightwave 3D, Cinema 4D. I've been following this all my life, and now it's all permanently disrupted. And in one way it's good because it means that it's very accessible. So now if you've got an idea, you can make the image in the space of a second. But then, God, I don't know, man. This must be what it felt like when people who were used to doing, artworking and copyboards and stuff saw the advent of like desktop publishing, where for the first time, somebody's nephew could just design them the poster on Microsoft Word rather than paying somebody who knows about visual communication. And in a lot of ways that was great because pubs and stuff could have posters with real text on them. But then in another way it was terrible because word art was stinking and nobody had a good visual sensibility. But now I suppose you don't need a good visual sensibility if that can do it for you based on derivative training data of everything that's in it. I feel mad conflicted about all of this sort of stuff. It's fucked, innit? It's got later than what I thought it should be in terms of getting this this wee guy working. So I don't think we will have him animated today, right? But really all I would need to do is add on a folder with different mouth shapes. One for p, b, t, d, all your visemes. And then once we had all of that, I would just import it into Character Animator, split up all the layers, and then decide how it's going to be rigged, if the parallax when I move my head, if the hair does things and all of that sort of stuff. I think I need to walk away from the computer a wee bit and rub a dog is what I'm going to do just now. We might pick this up later on in the week, but I've got to the point, because it's rare that technology leaves me kind of speechless. And I wouldn't say I'm speechless, but I'm sort of kind of stunned and just a bit taken aback a wee bit. And what I'd like to do is just go and rub a dog. Not you, the other dog. So listen, everybody, please keep it real and take it easy. And my God, man. The way I look at it is this: never in the history of design has a client ever accurately described what they want. I don't see that changing anytime soon. We'll be fine. But the large language model can talk to the client in a way that is far more patient than we are. So before the prompt is written, because I used to think like that, but now the large language model is really good at discussion. So they could just say, oh, I need a poster. And the LLM would be like, okay, what sort of poster do you need? Like this. And who's the poster going to be seen by? These sorts of people. And what sort of vibe do you want? Kind of blah, blah, blah. Are you sure that's right? Oh, you're quite right. Maybe a different vibe. I don't know. I don't know, man. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think all of us are safe. You know what I mean? But the LLM will only ever placate and agree with them. It'll never give them something they've never thought of. I don't know. LLMs have given me stuff I haven't thought of before. Like, I'm not a strong coder, but I've been doing programming jobs. Not jobs, but projects. And I might show you some of them later. And so I will sit down naively and I will say to an LLM, I've got a Python script on my desktop. I want to run it via webhooks using an 11 Labs thing. How do I do that? And it'll say, well, have you heard of something called Flask API? Fast API. I was like, no, I haven't heard of Fast API. So then I'll open my new tab and I'm like, Fast API. And I'm like, oh, that looks good. But can it do this? So then I go back to the LLM. I'm like, see this Fast API, can it do XYZ? And it's like, no, it can't. But if you want to do that, maybe this other thing. And you're like, aye. So then you look at the other thing. I'm not for or against this. I'm just observing it. And I'm aware of the power that's there. And I think to diminish that and just be like, oh no, it's actually all fine. It's maybe a wee bit naive, you know what I mean? Hello, Brian. Welcome in. Fred's doing all right. He's whacked on drugs just now. He just had chemotherapy earlier today. And he's doing good, but he's calming down from the drugs a wee bit. It's weird, isn't it? Apropos of nothing, I tried watching that Mr. Robot, but I couldn't take it seriously after they said, it's a DDoS attack, sir. The biggest we have ever seen. Also, way too many cliche characters. I've never seen that Mr. Robot thing. But it's weird though, isn't it? Computer will only tell it what you want, and by and large, what people say they want isn't actually reflective of what they want or need. So I say that actually creative work that requires lateral thinking about a problem isn't getting replaced by AI never in a million years. But the people who are using it don't know that they don't know that stuff, right? So if somebody who's naive to visual sensibilities and design and everything prompts an AI with a problem for the AI to solve, then it'll do it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it'll generate good work. It's not going to be in creative review or whatever. Fuck, it might be in creative review if that even still exists. But I think the better the language tools get, it'll end up being able to prompt itself or take you through the same meetings that we have with our clients just now. because as you know, if you're a graphic designer, design is the easy bit, right? The hard bit is figuring out what the hell the job is. And all of that's done through discussion, and those discussions can be done via text in it. It's interesting. I'm just saying, it's interesting. Dreamweaver didn't kill hand HTML code, and in fact it bolstered it. 100%. Is the last saving grace that the client is too lazy to do it themselves, but they aren't too lazy to just open up a voice thing and say, I need this. You know, I need to sell hamburgers and you need to do a poster for it, and the LLM would just be like, okay, so what sort of hamburgers and how much are you selling them for, and where are you selling them, and what sort of blah blah blah, all this sort of shit. Do you need a mascot? Do you need it just photographs or whatever? It's interesting, isn't it? Aye. South Park's hit it on its head in terms of what's the word for it? Not praise, but telling folks that, yeah, your ideas are fantastic. Let's do that. And remember, that's how we got the Willy Wonka experience. He did that all using AI and, large language models and stuff. The AI told that guy that it was the best idea, and he used it to generate all this shite, and didn't realise until he opened the doors. All of that was AI. 100% sycophantic, yes. And they'll tell you what you want to hear and all that sort of stuff. But it's down to the person using it, innit? And you will get nutters that use it, and they fall in love with it and end up doing murder-suicides and whatever, which we've discussed, or what we've found in the past couple of weeks. But I think most people will learn to use it as a tool. I don't know, man. The first roles that should be replaced would be the easiest to replace with AI, or the C-level executives. Yes. No, Dwayne Dibley, I've never seen Mr. Robot. Cost savings would be huge. Yep. I think anybody whose jobs is email could probably be replaced tomorrow using LLMs. It's interesting. Anyway, everybody, I'm going to love you and leave you. Keep it real, take it easy. My name's James Houston, and Houston's Boostin'. But before I go, it's time to do the magic trick. See you later. Bye. Love you. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. See you later. Love you. Cheerio. I might be on the night. See how it goes. I want to play some computer games. See you later. I'm going to take you to Ghost Kai. I don't think I've raided Ghost Kai before. Bye. Love you.